Chair, you have a live mic.
Okay, if we can have everybody take their seats, we'll get started on time. Because I know we have a few new faces in here, and people have left and people have come, I'm just going to summarize much shorter than I did in the beginning. Just a couple of reminders, because obviously we're going to get into a topic here that has a lot of public speakers, a lot of emotion on both sides and passion, and that's great. But number one, please silence your cell phones. So if you went out to lunch and you put your cell phone on, please silence your cell phone so that we don't have that issue. We run a very, respectful and professional meeting here. So even though you might agree to disagree, let's make sure that we keep everything professional. No outbursts from the crowd. People have heard me say this before. God rest Jerry Springer's soul, but this isn't Jerry Springer. So we don't want to have that kind of audience participation. You want to be heard at the podium in a respectful way, and so does the person waiting to come to the podium. So let's keep that in mind. To those of you that come to the podium, please use your time wisely. You only have 3 minutes unless somebody has yielded time to you. But if you have 3 minutes, there's a light system. Green light means talk all you want. Yellow light means you have 30 seconds left. Red light means your time's expired. We're not here to cut anybody off, but when the red light pops on, that's a good reminder to start to summarize, your conclusion, if you would. If you've signed up to speak and somebody or multiple people have already said exactly what you're going to say, and you don't feel the need to be repetitive, you don't have to be. You could yield your 3 minutes back and say, I'm good. We're not here to tell you that you should do that. Everybody gets a chance to speak at the podium, but if you feel like you'd be redundant or somebody summarized maybe even in a better way than what you were about to say, it keeps things moving along, but it's certainly not a requirement. Remember, you can yield your 3 minutes to another speaker. So instead of one person or 5 people all having 3 minutes, if everybody yielded their time to one person, that person could have 15 minutes and might be able to make a more strong argument. I said this morning, some citizens are not going to get the outcome that they hope for today, but when I speak for all my colleagues up here, I know none of us woke up today trying to decide on how we could do something bad for the county. Regardless of your point of view, and this is more of an editorial on my part, I say it a lot at my town hall meetings, don't measure the ability or integrity of anyone in this room, either out in the audience or up here, based on one decision that didn't go your way today. And if you feel your position is the right one, when you come to the podium, make your case. Remember, if you start your conversation about telling us about you've lived here for 40 years and your grandkids and, Collier County is your home, clock's still ticking, so you might not get to your conclusion. So just in summary, we respect all points of view in this room. After today, you'll respect whatever the outcome is. Lastly, just as a final reminder, please silence your cell phones. I said that like 4 times last time, and we did have one ring, of course, but
it was yours.
It was not mine. So having said that, we're happy citizens are here. Every single person up here really applauds citizen engagement, whether we agree or disagree. It's what makes, our country great. So let's do something great in here and have a respectful, valuable discussion. Let's live with whatever the outcome is. And if you're worried about what you think the outcome's going to be, then come to the podium and give us, your best argument as to why you agree so strongly on this particular topic. But having said that, County Manager, let's move forward.
Item 11B is a recommendation to, I'm sorry, I am not on 11B. I am on 9A. I just went backwards. Item 9A is a recommendation to consider an ordinance establishing Collier County as a Bill of Rights sanctuary county. This is brought to the agenda by Commissioner Hall, and open up with the commissioners as your pleasure.
Okay, well, I'm going to start with Commissioner Hall. Sir, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. Before I get started, I would like to acknowledge my dad, Colonel James A. Hall, right here on the front row next to Christina.
Hey, how about
I welcome his presence. If you don't like me, it's his fault. So I'd like to also give a shout out to Commissioner McDaniel's mom. I think that Commissioner McDaniel is dressed better than me today, and I tried hard. So,
Were you of help?
yes. So anyway, I brought this. I'm bringing this ordinance forward again for the second time, and I realize it's a campaign promise of mine. campaigned on smaller government, less control, common sense. And what made me run for this office was I got mad during COVID when I saw all of the injustices brought to the people by the federal government or by three-letter agencies that didn't even have legislative authority. So I made a campaign promise to bring forth a Bill of Rights sanctuary county to make sure that in Collier County, Florida, every right that's inalienable, that's God-given to us, every individual is protected. And when I read the Declaration of Independence, that is really our role as government, is specifically to secure the rights of the people. So I'm bringing it forward to ensure those God-given rights. Things that this ordinance is not. I've read every email that's came forth, and there's a lot of fallacy. There's a lot of good points and a lot of nebulous points. So what this ordinance is not, it's not a cherry picking procedure where we can pick and choose whatever federal law we like or don't like to nullify it. That's not what it's about. It's not an ordinance that allows us to secede from Florida or to secede from the Union as a county. I've seen that. It's not it at all. Has nothing to do with that. It's not for the commissioners or the Board of Commissioners or the future Board of Commissioners to decide what's constitutional or what's not constitutional. It's not political. You know, the Bible says that God is no respecter of persons, whether you're Jew or Greek. He loves all. The Constitution is colorblind. It's not red, it's not blue. It's true. So what this ordinance is doing is establishing in Collier County by ordinance that no matter what happens in the federal courts, or excuse me, what happens from Washington, D.C., laws, or what happens in Tallahassee, as long as those laws are constitutional or in pursuance of the Constitution, that is the supreme law of the land. So this is not an ordinance to go against any constitutional law that comes forth. This is an ordinance that allows you, the people, to be protected by anything that comes down that's unconstitutional or what we would call an unlawful act. The Constitution, you don't have to be a constitutional attorney to figure out what's constitutional or not. You know, when it comes to, and I'll let some of the speakers address some of these questions that you'll have, but when it comes to whether this is enforceable or not, it's highly enforceable. This puts the power back to the people. The people created the states. We're independent sovereign states of the United States of America. And those United States of America created the federal government. And so the federal government is not just willy-nilly the king over the people. The people are what gives the federal government the power to operate. And as long as it's constitutional, we're going to yield that power. If it's not, we're going to take it back. So that's what this ordinance is about. And I welcome the public speakers, both for and against. We are going to listen, like Chairman Castro said, and we're going to take into consideration what everybody says. But at the end of the day, we're going to vote to either pass this ordinance or to deny it. And so I look forward to the discussion. I wanted you to hear my heart behind it. We're not looking to do anything other than to protect you. So with that, Chairman.
Okay. Let's get started. What's our first order here? Well, I got Commissioner Saunders lit up, so I'd like him to speak. Sir?
Thank you, Commissioner Hall, for that introduction, because I think that lays it out very clearly, which is really one of the reasons that I have some issues with the ordinance. I'm looking forward to hearing the public comment, and obviously we'll reserve my final decision until the end. But I think the issue is, and you said this very clearly, this protects our citizens from unconstitutional federal action. I think the whole crux of this is, how is that determined? How is it determined that some federal action is unconstitutional? And I think it's important that we kind of lay that out, because any court taking a look at this is going to have to look at the legislative history of this to really ferret out what is intended, because I don't think the ordinance as written is particularly clear in that regard. And so I would just simply ask you, in your view, how is this going to be enforced? For example, does this designate the sheriff as the chief law enforcement officer for the county? And if it does, that's fine, but I think it needs to be clear as to whether that's the intent. If it doesn't, then how is this to be, in your view, how is this to be enforced and interpreted? And perhaps we need comment from the public to ferret that out, but that's my problem. I don't see how this can be interpreted without giving some clarity as to how it's going to be enforced and who enforces it.
I mean, if you want to comment, Commissioner Hall, and then I think we should, go to the public and reserve our comments back and forth after we hear from
That's a
both
fair
sides.
question, and I've asked the question. So the other thing that this ordinance is not is a suit fest, just opening up to, wounds of suit. If I'm an individual and I feel like my constitutional rights are been violated by any law or edict that comes down, then I have the right to sue in civil court to determine that. Criminally, if I feel like my rights have been violated, I have the right to go to the sheriff and file a report. There will be an investigation. If they feel like it's a valid claim, it goes to the state, and it moves further. So it's not just, well, I don't like this, and I think that my constitutional rights are violated, and so therefore the sheriff, you need to protect me. It's not like that at all. There is a process for it, and I'll let some of the speakers address that further. But it's not so specific. There is some vagueness to it. It's more common sense than it is anything else. For instance, how many of you would agree with the sheriff that arrested Rosa Parks for sitting in the back of the bus? Was that a clear violation of her civil rights? Absolutely. That's obvious, and there are other obvious things. When a pastor in Tampa is arrested for not closing his church down because a three-letter agency recommended that, that's a violation of his civil rights. He was arrested. He spent 40 minutes in jail. And after that, suit was filed to the state for the major violation of his civil rights, and that suit was dropped immediately because they were going to lose horrendously. So did that happen overnight? No, but it happened within a few weeks of each other. His record was expunged. All charges were dropped. No harm, no foul. And that pastor forgave the sheriff that arrested him, which kudos to him. But anyway, I hope that answers some of the question.
Commissioner Saunders.
Yeah, just a couple quick comments. I think we all received that two-page analysis that you
Right.
just referred to. It starts off with, I have a question for those who would oppose this Bill of Rights. Would they agree with the police officer who arrested Rosa Parks? And it goes on for a couple pages listing a whole lot of atrocities from the federal government. It mentions the mass transportation and imprisonment of more than 120,000 Japanese Americans, talks about the Hopi Indian internment camps. And so there's a history here of, and I'll use the same words that are in this thing. It says, our history is replete with heinous national and state laws. No one can disagree with that. This is very well written. But I think it's more of a distraction from what is really the issue here. I may vote against this ordinance today. I probably will. And that doesn't mean at all that I would agree with the police officer who arrested Rosa Parks for refusing to sit in the back of the bus. Doesn't mean that I would have supported the federal action to intern 120,000 Japanese Americans. And so I just want the public to understand and the commission to understand, though this is a well-written document and it's very persuasive, I think it doesn't really address the issue, which again is vagueness and how is this going to be enforced? What is the role of the sheriff in all of this? And how is that role to be really clarified? For example, if we get some kind of a complaint about some federal action, Should we simply direct that person to the sheriff's office for filing a complaint that could be a criminal complaint, could be a civil complaint? So I think that's really the issue. The issue really isn't, do I support slavery? Do I support discrimination? Do I support these awful acts of our government? It does not. But to me, the issue is going to be, how do you take this ordinance, which I think is a bit vague, and you admitted that that's a little vague. I think we all understand that. But for a court to enforce a criminal statute, and that's what this is, there has to be some certainty as to what is the criminal violation. And I think a court interpreting this is going to need some legislative intent, some legislative history behind it, so a judge can say what this really means, what was really intended. And so I hope maybe the conversation of the audience will help with that. Maybe our conversation will help with that. But I wanted the record to be very clear. I don't support slavery or any of these awful acts, even though I may not vote for this ordinance.
We didn't think you did.
Okay, so we're here to hear from the people first. I'm not naive enough to think that 5 people are up here totally neutral, and you already heard we've got at least 2 commissioners up here that have voiced their initial thoughts. But I think most importantly, we're here to hear from the people. We've got plenty of people signed up for public comment. We've got, I know, presentations from both sides. So let's, with an open mind, go in and hear your best, defense, your best support of your position, and we will hear from every single person who has signed up to speak. So having said that.
Mr. Chairman, I believe if everyone returns, we will have 56 speakers today. I'm going to remind the speakers again, please queue up at both podiums so we can move this along. Your first speaker will be Janet Hoffman, and she will be followed by Christina Heuser.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair and Board. My name is Janet Hoffman, and I would like to bring attention to Marlborough versus Madison, which established the principle of judicial review, that American courts have the power to strike down laws if they violate the Constitution. Federal courts can declare legislative and executive actions as unconstitutional. So, concerns about federal overreach can be addressed in the court system. As this ordinance will nullify federal laws that are viewed as unconstitutional, I had to research the U.S. history of cases of nullification. I will not bore you with all the cases that I found, but there is one in particular that is fairly recent that I think is concerning. In 2021, Missouri enacted SAPA, the Second Amendment Preservation Act. And this act caused considerable confusion for law enforcement. And in fact, 60 police chiefs supported a lawsuit against SAPA with amicus briefs that stated that this act hindered law enforcement's ability to defend and protect Missouri citizens. In March of this year, a federal judge struck down this law, ruling that it is unconstitutional as it violates the standard that federal law trumps state law. And it is, the state is appealing it, so nothing has been decided yet with that. But I am concerned if this ordinance passes that it will encourage lawsuits. It will become very expensive and time-consuming, and it will further divide us. It will likely create confusion for law enforcement, as SAPA did in Missouri. It could easily harm our economy and our businesses. We are a country based on the rule of law, and we need to work together to improve our government, not disregard it. I respectfully urge you, as county commissioners, to vote no on the Bill of Rights Sanctuary Ordinance. Thank you.
Commissioners, your next speaker is Christina Heuser. She's been seated additional time from Rayanne Burton, who I see, and I'm not going to say this right, Stale Dantes? Thank you. So she'll have 9 minutes. Due to scheduling issues, after her, we're going to go to Sheriff Rambosk on Zoom, because I do believe we have him now.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Hall, for bringing this forward once again, and thank you, commissioners, for being attentive. I am Christina Heuser, for the benefit of the record. I'm an attorney, and my principal areas of practice are civil rights and constitutional law. And I look forward to responding to all of the concerns that were raised, as there is a lot of misinformation and misunderstanding, both about the ordinance and sadly about the Constitution itself. What I'm going to talk about first, though, is the ordinance itself, what it does not do, and the legal underpinnings for the ordinance. And I also want to say, I am the drafter of this ordinance, although we did have other ordinances that were enacted in other counties that we used as like a jumping off point, so it's not entirely original. But I was very careful to be sure that this ordinance was on solid ground, because I would never jeopardize either my personal or professional reputation by bringing something to you and asking you to enact it as law if I thought that you all would be in jeopardy of being sued or something along those lines, or, you know, that this could be disparaged. Although we've heard some criticisms of the legality of it, and I will address those in turn, I assure you that those are not accurate. So what this ordinance does is make it illegal for the county to participate in carrying out any unconstitutional federal mandate, order, or program. And that is something that has unequivocally been upheld by the Supreme Court as within your lawful authority. In these whereas clauses at the outset of the ordinance, it lays out where that authority comes from. It cites specific Supreme Court cases. And there's something that I'm just going to read briefly from Prince versus United States. This actually dealt with a gun control measure from the federal government, so it's very applicable to the comment that we just heard. But the Supreme Court held in that case, the federal government may neither issue directives requiring the states to address particular problems, nor command the state's officers or those of their political subdivisions to administer or enforce a federal regulatory program. It matters not whether policymaking is involved, and no case-by-case weighing of the burdens or benefits is necessary. Such commands are fundamentally incompatible with our constitutional system of dual sovereignty. Excuse me. So I think the language could not be clearer that the federal government cannot conscript local governments to act in carrying out their programs. That is clear. So this ordinance just takes it a step further and makes it unlawful for the county to go against that authority. In other words, to carry out the federal government programs that it deems to be unconstitutional. And regarding the question of enforceability, I'll let Sheriff Rambosk address that, but to answer it simply, it will be enforced in the same way as every other county ordinance that's on your books. And as to the interpretation of what is constitutional and what is not, or what constitutes a violation of this ordinance, there will be a judicial process. It's not as though there's just an edict from you or me or anybody, any individual, saying that this is unconstitutional. There may be a complaint, an allegation of that, and like any other complaint or allegation, whether it be to the sheriff or to code enforcement, it goes through an adjudicatory process, and there will be a judge and a court that will determine if the ordinance was violated. As to the issue of nullification, we've heard this term thrown out a lot. Even the responsive emails by one of the commissioners to the public who sent emails has said, oh, well, we don't have the authority to nullify federal law. And to that point, that may or may not be true. I would say there are valid arguments on both sides, but the good news is that we don't have to deal with that question here today, because this ordinance doesn't ask you to nullify anything. Federal law is still applicable. If the federal government passes a law that requires individuals to do something, then they are obligated to do that unless they go to court through traditional means and challenge it, and it's deemed to be unconstitutional. This ordinance only prohibits the county from participating in carrying out unconstitutional government programs, which, as I just read to you, is completely within the rights of local government. Excuse me. And in fact, it's an essential part of federalism, which is a fundamental American principle. I just want to briefly address some of the other counter arguments that we've heard. I took notes at the July 25th meeting when some people spoke against the ordinance, and I'll just address some of those. So I already talked about nullification. There was a statement that this is going to jeopardize all federal grants, including hurricane relief. That's not true. We're not saying that you can't cooperate with the federal government at all, just if they were requiring you to do something that would violate the constitutional rights of Collier County residents, then you could not participate in that. And I know that most of you sitting up there wouldn't do that anyway, but we don't know, who will follow you in office. This is for the future of Collier County to protect all residents, current and future residents. Somebody said, oh, you don't recognize federal authority. Again, our framers set up a system of dual sovereignty. So the federal government has authority, the state government and all of its subdivisions have authority. The Supremacy Clause only says that federal law is supreme to state law. If there is a conflict in court, then federal law trumps state law. This ordinance does not negate or counteract that principle. There was a statement that the resolution that was passed 2 years ago was sufficient. No, it was not. A resolution is merely a statement. It has no enforceability mechanism. And this ordinance is enforceable and it has penalties, and that's why it's necessary. A resolution might sound nice, but in reality, it means nothing if the people cannot enforce it. It would be in violation of the Pledge of Allegiance. I proudly said the Pledge of Allegiance this morning, so that was just silly. Economic consequences when people won't invest in a lawless county. Again, you're still abiding by federal law. Everybody in this room will still continue to abide by federal law, except that the county cannot participate in carrying out or enforcing federal government programs or mandates that violate the Constitution. Commissioner Hall addressed this, but the secession from the Union is just more silliness. That's not happening. We love this country. And in fact, nullification is something that the states in the civil rights era were trying to do because they wanted to assert that the states were not bound by the Constitution, by the federal Constitution. So in that sense, this ordinance is actually the polar opposite of nullification, because we're saying the federal Constitution and the rights guaranteed by it do apply to us. Please apply them, enforce them as to all of the individual residents of Collier County. We welcome that. So I'm happy to respond to other questions. We have other speakers who will talk about the need for this ordinance. I think we have the sheriff on Zoom who can address the enforceability question. And I'll just close with something he said, actually, that I thought was very poignant and I hope will resonate with all of you. He said when he's been asked by detractors, how can you support this ordinance? His response is, well, how can I not support the ordinance? I'm a sworn constitutional officer. I'm committed to upholding the Constitution, and that's all this ordinance is asking you to do, and we ask you all to take that step as well and vote yes. Thank you.
Yes, just a couple quick questions, because you're the drafter of the ordinance, and so your opinion as to what it means, I think, would be very helpful to any judicial review. And you said nothing really changed. There's a judicial process. So someone has a complaint that a federal program or a statute or executive order is unconstitutional. That person will have to go through some judicial process to determine the constitutionality of that. How does that process get started? Do they come to the county and the county files that? The county pays for it? How is that judicial process started, and who pays for it?
Well, just to clarify, they wouldn't be bringing a challenge to the federal order itself. They would be bringing a challenge to the county acting upon that unconstitutional federal order. And in that event, if there were a resident that perceived that the county violated this ordinance by carrying out an unconstitutional program of the federal government, they would make a complaint with the sheriff's office if they chose to pursue the criminal penalty, and or they could go to circuit court and file a complaint there and seek an injunction or other equitable relief. And that would be they would bear the burden of any expense associated with that, at least initially. But as we know, when we sue, we can ask for attorney's fees, and then the court would determine at the end of the case if an award of attorney's fees would be appropriate, which usually goes to the prevailing party.
There's a standard in Florida for the award of attorney's fees in cases where there's no contract, and you're more aware of this than I am, but if there's no justiciable issue of fact, no justiciable issue of law, and somebody files a complaint with those two factors, they could be subject to having to pay the other side's attorney's fees. Is there some similar standard here? So just as an example, you have the county operating in good faith, following a federal law, enforcing a federal law, or working on a federal program that someone finds fault with. And they come to the county and file the complaint. They go to court, and the court determines that the program was invalid, that the county should not continue to enforce that program, and issues a restraining order. Would the county still have to pay the attorney's fees if the county's acting in good faith? Whereas a lawsuit that I just described, where there's no justiciable issue of law of fact, clearly the court's going to award attorney's fees then. Would the county be subject to attorney's fees even though it's acting in good faith?
I think that would be something that would be at the discretion of the court. Clearly, for a frivolous lawsuit, the attorney fee burden would not be shifted to the defendant, the county. If there is merit in the lawsuit, then it would be up to the judge to decide if, in fact, the county's conduct was egregious and they should have known not to participate in this act. And in that case, they would award attorney's fees in sort of like a middle ground case like you're describing. I can only guess that if the county were acting in good faith and it was unclear if whatever mandate was being followed violated the Constitution or not, that there would not be an award of attorney's fees. But again, that would be at the discretion of the court, and I really can't answer that question.
I don't have any other questions right now, Mr. Chairman.
Right. Mr. Miller, proceed.
All right, I hope we've got this right. We've been fighting with this a little bit. Sheriff Rambosk, you are on the line. I think you're being prompted to unmute yourself if you haven't already. Are you there, Sheriff?
Yes, good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Kevin Rambosk, Collier County Sheriff. I've got a couple of comments, but I'd like to go right to, I think, one of the more pressing questions, and that is how we investigate misdemeanors. You know, we just went through a fairly lengthy session at the state level. There's probably more than 200 new laws with penalties. We are going through them, trying to determine what kind of an effect and how we will process and investigate those. But misdemeanors, as we investigate, are quite clear. In almost all cases, we respond to a complaint. The deputy would take a report. An investigator would be assigned to follow up. The investigator will interview all witnesses and collect any evidence that might be available to them at the time. That investigative packet is then forwarded to the state attorney for determination of criminal charges. If they don't believe there's sufficient information with the investigative evidence we've got, they may come back and ask us to follow up, which we do. But ultimately, we will forward that package to the state attorney into the court system, should she choose to do so, for the reason of due process. I mean, which is why we do all of this. So from an investigative perspective, it's really relatively simple. I mean, you know, for our members, and this is what I really kind of wanted to touch on a little bit, but, you know, you probably remember, I'm already on the record previously for supporting this. That really has not changed. You know, my oath and office commits to a very solemn and sincere manner to support, protect, and defend the Constitution. In fact, in our agency, we live with this oath every single day, and it's relatively familiar to us. And we've been doing that for 100 years. We also live by our organization's mission statement that says, and I know I've mentioned this several times, it's our duty to protect the lives, property, and constitutional guarantees of all persons. And I will tell you that our deputies, your deputies, have done an amazing job with that mission. From mental health to saving hundreds of lives just over the last several years for sudden cardiac arrest and overdose, to the lowest crime rate nationally out of 150 metropolitan areas. So I think our dilemma is, we don't know how there'd be an expectation of us to oppose the ordinance because of the very elements of the oath of office and duty as law enforcement officers that specifically include supporting, protecting, and defending the Constitution. And I'll leave it there for any later questions.
All right, if you don't have questions for him now, we'll go ahead and go back to the speakers here in the room.
Commissioner Hall has a question.
Hi, Sheriff. Thanks for being available. This is Commissioner Hall. So the way that you just described, your job is to protect the constitutionality of all the Collier County citizens, as well as enforcing the law, but not just blindly enforcing any law, but protecting the constitutionality. I said that backwards twice just for emphasis.
Hold on a minute. I think my Zoom people have inadvertently muted him. Or he's well, no, he has the power to mute and unmute himself. He's a panelist. Sheriff Rambos, there you go. He's back.
He knows what a mute button is.
Yeah.
Sheriff, are you
Okay,
there?
yes, in answer to your question, I believe that's what we swear an oath to do, and that's what we do each and every day.
Thank you.
Sheriff Rambos, this is Commissioner LaCastro. Question I have for you. Appreciate your comments. So I don't want to put words in your mouth, but would what I'm hearing is that, do you feel this ordinance then strengthens and or just re-emphasizes your mission as the Collier County Sheriff and what you're sworn to uphold, and that it even, you know, could I go as far as to say that the verbiage in here would assist you if and when, in the unlikely even possibility that federal guidance came down that someone felt was unconstitutional, that the verbiage in this ordinance would basically, I guess for lack of a better term, help you do your job better? Would that, that's just my summation. So can you comment on what I said, and if I misspoke, you know, I'm looking for your more specificity in how this ordinance helps you do your job better, or reconfirms what you already are doing, but just puts it in print in a way that more solidifies what you believe your mission is.
Well, I think it certainly reaffirms and reemphasizes what we're called upon, our duty today. And, you know, some things we're not going to know until we get to that point. As I mentioned, there are 200 new laws out there. We're not going to know the outcome of some of those yet.
Commissioner Cowell.
Good afternoon, Sheriff. This is Commissioner Cowell.
Good afternoon.
You know, I got a lot of emails and a lot of comments about this, pro and con, and I think there's a big misunderstanding out there. You know, this is a federal document we're talking about. You know, we're talking about preserving and enforcing a federal document. This is not a local document. This is a federal document. This is your Bill of Rights. It was given to you by the 13 colonies and came together and developed one central government, which was our federal government, and this was the paperwork that came out of it. And, you know, like in the Fourth Amendment, you know, I think a lot of people think that, you know, we're walking away from the federal government. If anything, we're standing with the federal government when, at least the document they gave us to live by. And I know in the Fourth Amendment, you know, this doesn't mean that if, let's say a lot of people refer to the three-letter agencies like the FBI or things like that, they come down and they have a warrant in hand, or they have a probable cause for an arrest with a warrant in hand. That does not mean that, you know, it says right in the Fourth Amendment, that is part of the 10, you know, our Bill of Rights. It's in clear language, you know, and as long as it's a law that was vetted through the legislation and passed, and it's a law on the books, you know, that doesn't mean you're going to ignore it. And I think a lot of people have this misunderstanding that we're walking away and thinking that, you know, we're creating some sort of lawless county here. It's the farthest thing from the truth. And I know, Sheriff, I'm sorry I'm rambling on, but I mean, if that came to you before you and the FBI walked down here with a warrant in hand that was signed by a legitimate judge, there was a law that was created in a federal statute, that don't mean you're going to deny him the right to serve that warrant. Yes or no?
No, that's exactly correct. I mean, we would never operate outside of the Constitution, and particularly as we talk about the Fourth Amendment, nor should any other law enforcement agency in this country, because if there's an expectation of privacy and you enter into somebody's residence without a court order to do so that was lawfully issued, we'll arrest you for burglary.
Thank you, Sheriff.
Commissioner Saunders.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sheriff Roundbox, this is Bert Saunders. Just one of my concerns about this ordinance is what I would describe as vagueness in the sense of how do you determine whether a federal rule or edict of some sort is constitutional. And I know that I understand your job, and you do it well, is to enforce the laws. And if a law is unconstitutional, that obviously means it's invalid and you don't enforce it. But the question is, how do you determine if that law is unconstitutional? We just talked about a federal arrest warrant as an example, and you indicated, yes, that's it. If it's issued by a judge, then it's a lawful order, and you would assist in the execution of it. How would you determine that a federal law or order is unconstitutional, so therefore you won't enforce it? Same thing with state law. How would you determine that a state law is unenforceable prior to it being determined by a judge that it's unenforceable or unconstitutional? I mean, do you have that authority to say, I think this rule is invalid, it's because it's unconstitutional, even though that's not been determined by a court of competent jurisdiction?
Well, you know, that raises the question as to why we have such a thorough process in how we investigate. Because in some circumstances, there is a lot of investigative background that needs to go into the preparation of a case for the submission to the state attorney's office. Again, any new legislation will require us to do probably a little bit more background, which we believe is correct and should be necessary to ensure that we build the best case possible to forward to the state attorney. But in the end, it's going to be the court that makes some of the decisions I believe that you're looking for an answer to. It wouldn't necessarily be us. We can believe that we have probable cause to make a case, but sometimes we don't know the answer to that case for years.
Okay, but you don't determine the validity of a particular statute. That is left to the judicial branch of government, not the executive branch. So you wouldn't make a determination, well, I'm not going to enforce a particular statute because I believe it's not valid. You would enforce it until you're advised by the right authority that it's not constitutional. Is that incorrect?
No, I think in general that would be correct. However, if we believed, and our legal staff told us that it is, in their opinion, that it is unconstitutional, and we had the right evidence, court cases, and information to support that, then we would take the appropriate action.
Would that appropriate action be going to the judge to rule in terms of whether that statute is constitutional? I mean, I'm just trying to get at, can you make that determination? And I think you're saying sort of no, you can't, but maybe you can.
Well, in answer, sorry, pardon me, we do that each and every day. We look at a case, we determine whether we believe it fits within the criteria of the law. And I think even with a constitutional complaint, we would make that assessment. And if we believe it rose to that level, we may have to take it to court.
All right.
I'm not even sure that any of us know that at this point.
All right.
But we would take our action.
Yep, I appreciate that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Colwell.
It's Commissioner Cowell again. I just, maybe I can try to clear some of this up too, because I know, listening to Attorney Hauser and, and what the ordinance does and the body of the ordinance is really dictating what we do. And as a body up here, the 5 commissioners, as a government that makes, that carry out certain decisions over our people that affect their lives on a daily basis. And I think we're mixing criminal statute with policy. We're mixing criminal statute with executive order. Things that didn't pass the litmus test through a legislative body and is ratified and made into a law. I think what this ordinance is saying, and it's exactly what I think you're going at, Commissioner Saunders, is this ordinance actually says that if somebody comes to us, in which probable cause, as a law enforcement officer for 28 years, probable cause is 51%. 51% that a reasonable person believes a crime was committed or about to be committed that meets some sort of statute that's already in place, a law that's already been ratified into a law, which we're talking about, I think, 2 different things here with this particular ordinance. This ordinance is holding us as a body to look at things that were never ratified as a law and just blindly following it because it comes down from upstairs to us. And a perfect example, and I think a lot of this came forward because of the pandemic. And I think a lot of things happened locally that affected 405,000 citizens. And that was when people were told they had to put masks on, people were told to close their businesses down, and none of those were connected to a ratified law that went through Congress and was ever ratified into law to be enforced as a law upon the people and the citizens. And whatever reason, it came down as policies from agencies like CDC and things like that. And I think this ordinance, if it was in place at that time, it would have made us look at it a little differently, that CDC officials or health officials are saying, this has to happen. And when you say it has to happen, you're violating people's personal rights to choose. And I think this ordinance would have, at that time, would have made the decisions of this board a little differently, because they would have had something to hold them to making a decision, not just following a rule. And so I don't want to mix this with criminal law and policy or executive order or opinions from health departments and things like that. That's when we're going to test the validity of a constitutional order that comes from this body. And I mean, I just want to make this clear. I think that's what this is doing. That's what I'm getting at this point. It's not getting, if somebody comes down here, a warrant in hand with probable cause, and it's a statute, it's a law, the sheriff is going to do his job, and we should sit back and watch him do that job. So I'm clear I can say that.
Commissioner Hall.
Very well said, Commissioner. I just want to take it back to a simpler measure. This is an ordinance that has the people's back to protect your rights. And we want to establish it. Nothing changes, absolutely nothing changes with this ordinance unless something changes. And if something changes, you've got an ordinance in play that allows the county to have your back with your constitutional rights.
Okay, Mr. Miller.
That takes us next to Kim Tim, and she will be followed by Stephen Friend.
Is Stephen out here? If you can queue up. Here, thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Kim Tim, and I am speaking on behalf of State Representative Bob Rummel in District 81. I'm here today to express my support for the ordinance establishing Collier County as a Bill of Rights sanctuary county. In my position as a state representative, I will continue to push back against all federal government overreach in matters including ESG, central digital currency, and medical mandates that are unconstitutional federal government measures. Thank you.
Thank you, Kim.
Your next speaker is Stephen Friend. He'll be followed by Alfie Oakes. Stephen has been seated additional time from Sandy Doyle. Okay, and Dr. Joseph Doyle. They're both back there. And so he will have a total of 9 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Stephen Friend, and I'm an FBI whistleblower. I was a special agent for the FBI for 8.5 years. In August of 2022, I made protected whistleblower disclosures regarding the FBI's overt abuse of American civil rights and dangerous activities jeopardizing public safety. I'm here today to speak in support of a Bill of Rights sanctuary county ordinance for Collier County. I devoted my career to public safety. As a law enforcement officer at local, state, and federal levels, I have a unique perspective which I would like to share with the Board of Commissioners as you consider this measure. During his recent testimony before Congress, FBI Director Chris Wray stated, "The FBI now leads more than 750 task forces nationwide, made up of more than 6,000 state and local task force officers from more than 1,800 different state and local agencies. Each of those TFOs represents an officer, a deputy, or an investigator that a local police chief, sheriff, or state superintendent was willing to send our way." I will add an exclamation point to Director Wray's statement with some anecdotal evidence. My last duty station in Daytona Beach is an office of 8 special agents. We were responsible for policing federal criminal violations in Lake, Flagler, Putnam, and Volusia counties. This represents over 1 million Americans. That quantity of people is simply impossible to adequately police with a single-digit number of criminal investigators. As a result, we relied heavily upon cooperation from local law enforcement agencies within all of these jurisdictions. I'm sharing this information with the Board of Commissioners to hammer home the magnitude of your decision to pass this ordinance and protect your constituents' civil rights against federal overreach. Federal agencies such as the FBI absolutely cannot fulfill their mandates without robust cooperation from the local government. You are not powerless to protect your citizens from an out-of-control weaponized FBI nor any other agency. A recent nationwide poll concluded that 2 out of every 3 Americans believe the FBI is politically weaponized. Citizens of Collier County are right to fear for their freedoms are at risk against this agency. Here are some highlights from the past 2 weeks. Director Wray lied when he testified to Congress about an intelligence report about radical traditional Catholics. The report was a political grievance list intended to create the predicate for a national security investigation against Catholic Americans. Director Wray testified the report was limited to FBI Richmond. However, it's now clear the FBI personnel in Los Angeles and Portland contributed. San Francisco Assistant Special Agent in Charge, Elvis Chan, lied under oath to Congress about his contact with social media companies concerning censoring American citizens. Philadelphia Special Agent in Charge, Jacqueline McGuire, was elevated to the Executive Assistant Director of the FBI Training Division. McGuire approved a large-scale arrest operation against Mark Houck when the FBI and the Department of Justice saw fit to charge him with violating the FACE Act. Houck pledged to surrender to the FBI in the event of criminal charges. Nevertheless, Jacqueline McGuire deployed a dozen armed personnel to arrest him. These improprieties are inexcusable, coming from high-ranking executives within America's premier law enforcement agency. However, FBI malfeasance is hardly limited to misconduct by a few bad actors. The problems within the agency are legion, as Americans' constitutional rights are sacrificed upon the altars of government bureaucracy, personal ambition, politicization, and mission creep. Here's a few examples. The FBI uses quotas. This prioritizes inappropriate investigations and tools to achieve arbitrary stats. The FBI has a quota for intelligence products, new cases, arrests, search warrants, polygraph exams, wiretaps, subpoenas, surveillance operations, etc., etc. Quantity before quality. The citizens of Collier County elect their sheriff to bring the crime down, but his compatriots within the FBI are incentivized to bring the crime stats up. Worst of all, FBI leaders earn bonus checks between $30,000 and $50,000 for meeting these quotas. The FBI National Security Branch is expanding out of control. Today, the FBI Counterterrorism Division identifies anti-government extremism as one of its top priorities. As recently as last year, the FBI spotlighted historical American symbols such as the Betsy Ross flag as an indicator of potential radicalization. Personally, I was directed to open up an ISIS investigation on an individual because she was in an internet chat room with somebody. Person number 2 went to a different chat room and had a conversation with person number 3. Person number 3 went to a different chat room and had a conversation with person number 4, and person number 4 put a picture of ISIS. The FBI colludes with big tech to gather intelligence on Americans, censor political speech, and target citizens for malicious prosecution. Reporting last September highlighted the FBI's Operation Bronze Griffin as an unconstitutional method for Facebook and Instagram to provide private user information and messages to the FBI without a search warrant, without a subpoena, and without the user's consent. The FBI is militarized and creating a risk to the public safety. The FBI has wide latitude to deploy its SWAT teams. I was a SWAT guy for 5 years. Regardless of the American Second Amendment rights, if a subject owns a firearm or has a large dog, the FBI can send SWAT to raid his house. FBI informant protocols are broken and abusive. Recent high-profile cases expose FBI misuse of informants during domestic terrorism cases to entrap vulnerable citizens. In 2020, FBI informants and undercover agents provided training, equipment, and transportation to a group of men in Michigan. The FBI eagerly entrapped and criminally charged these men for conspiring to kidnap Governor Gretchen Whitmer. As an FBI SWAT team member, I was part of the arrest operation for this case. We were told these men were sophisticated, capable, tactical operators who were prepared to engage us in a gunfight. In reality, the FBI identified innocent Americans who were frustrated by Governor Whitmer's COVID policies and ensnared them in a criminal scheme which none were mentally, financially, or ideologically predisposed to commit. These are a few of the systemic problems that exist within the FBI. The train of usurpations is hardly new and impacts citizens' rights regardless of our political persuasion. In 2021, The Intercept wrote about an incident that happened with the FBI 17 years ago. Quote, "The biggest al-Qaeda plot the FBI claimed to have foiled in the years following the 9/11 attacks involved no weapons, no plot, and no al-Qaeda. Instead, the vague, implausible threat of a group of construction workers in Florida, including to blow up U.S. buildings, including Chicago Sears Tower, was mostly the making of the FBI, whose undercover operatives sought out the men, promised them money, and coached them over months to implicate themselves in a conspiracy to commit violent acts they never actually intended or had the means to carry out." We're all blessed to live in America. I often hear America is not a country, but it's an idea. I like to proffer something more. America is not an idea, it's an action verb. We all have to do America. That requires a willingness to step out of your comfort zone and to activate. Being American is not a leisure pursuit. I'll conclude with a heartfelt appeal to this Collier County Board of Commissioners. The citizens seated before you have stepped out of their comfort zone and demanded action. Your constituents have reasonable concerns about the conduct of their United States government. I've itemized a number of abuses to impel you to act. The citizens of Collier County beseech this Board of Commissioners to serve as a bulwark against weaponized, politicized federal overreach. Now it's your turn to uphold your oaths, defend your constituents, and pass this ordinance. Thank you.
Your next speaker is Alfie Oakes. He'll be followed by Michelle Albergo. Mr. Oakes has been seated 3 additional minutes from Jay Colhagen. Thank you, sir.
I may not need the 3 minutes, but thank you. Thank you. No, I think that you really have to have your head in the sand to not realize what's going on in our country right now with many of the 3-letter agencies within our government. With almost everything that I see coming from our federal government right now is unconstitutional. We're watching what's happening at the border. If you don't think that's unconstitutional, then I don't think that you understand the Constitution. And we see what's going on here. If you've been watching any of the congressional hearings, brave men like this gentleman that just came up here as a whistleblower, there's hundreds of them. It's not a couple, there's hundreds of them. People that are standing up against what we now see as a tyrannical government. And it's not a maybe, it's here. And we do live in a special place. Naples, Florida, I've called it the tip of the spear of really conservative America, like the place that many of the people here, most of our people that live in this county, they've moved here because of that. I remember when I took the stand at Seed to Table that we weren't going to mask and we weren't going to play with these unconstitutional acts, and we were going to resist against it. I remember the first day, the Naples Daily News said, "Oh, the store Seed to Table, no one's going to move to Naples." That's what they said. They said it's in the paper. You can look it up. They said we're super spreaders. No one's going to move to Naples. Well, that's not really what happened, right? Many people have moved from all these tyrannical cities to this great place of Collier County, to the great state of Florida, and they want protection. And you folks are representatives of the people, and the vast majority of the people in this county, I believe, are thinking that they want their constitutional rights to be protected. And this is just one further step. We're asking to give the sheriff a little bit of help, even more power. The sheriff wields a tremendous amount of power, and we're asking you folks to support it. And I understand, Bert, that you might not want to vote yes on this, but we as the electorate also have the choice not to vote for you when it comes back up again. So we want you to listen to us. These are many people may not realize it. There's 400,000 people that have died in Ukraine. 400,000 people have died. Our media is not saying that, but that's putting our country at a big risk right now of the brink of World War III. And I'm not one of these guys that thinks the world's coming to an end, but this is serious right now. And in the next year, in these next 6 months, this next year, we're likely to face times and scenarios that we've never even dreamed of before. And that's why we need to preserve our Constitution, and this Bill of Rights sanctuary ordinance is exactly what we need here in Collier County. Thank you.
Thank you.
Your next speaker is Michelle Albergo. She'll be followed by Keith Flaw.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Michelle Albergo. I was asked to give a statement on behalf of Carrie Scott, who is the general manager of the Alamo Range. I also want to go on record personally that I do support this ordinance. And yes, Bert, I'm in your district. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you all for gathering here today to discuss a topic that lies at the very core of American society, the Second Amendment of the United States Constitution. In the next 3 minutes, I will express my unwavering support for this crucial amendment and shed light on why our founding fathers deemed it necessary to secure our fundamental right to bear arms. The Second Amendment, often referred to as the cornerstone of our liberties, not only guarantees the right to bear arms, but also serves as the foundation that holds the entire Bill of Rights together. It is important to fully grasp the significance of the Bill of Rights and the essential role it plays in safeguarding our individual freedoms. The Bill of Rights comprises the first 10 amendments to the Constitution, was added to ensure the protection of our fundamental rights and to address the concerns raised during the ratification process. It enshrines our most cherished liberties such as freedom of speech, religion, and assembly, the right to a fair trial, and the protection against unreasonable searches and seizures, among others. However, it is crucial to recognize that the Bill of Rights is not a mere collection of independent amendments. It is a unified document, with each amendment reinforcing and supporting the others. The Second Amendment, in particular, holds a special place in this framework, as it acts as the linchpin that keeps the entire structure intact. Our founding fathers understood that an armed citizenry is essential to maintaining the balance of power between the government and its people. They recognized that without the ability to defend ourselves, our families, and our property, our other rights would be vulnerable to encroachment by those in positions of authority. The Second Amendment therefore plays a vital role in upholding the principles of the Bill of Rights. It ensures that the government remains accountable to the people, as an armed citizenry acts as a deterrent against potential abuses of power. By preserving the right to bear arms, we safeguard our ability to exercise the other rights guaranteed by the Constitution. History has shown us time and time again that when governments disarm their populations, the erosion of basic freedoms follows closely behind. The Second Amendment stands as a powerful reminder that an armed and vigilant citizenry is crucial to the preservation of our democratic values and individual liberties. In conclusion, the Second Amendment is not only a constitutional right, but it is also the cornerstone that holds the Bill of Rights together. It acts as a safeguard for our other cherished liberties, ensuring that our government remains accountable to the people it serves. Let us never forget the importance of the Bill of Rights and the vital role the Second Amendment plays in protecting our fundamental freedoms. By upholding and cherishing this right, we secure the legacy of liberty and justice that defines the United States of America.
Your next speaker is Keith Flaw. He will be followed by Miles Rocky Schofield.
Good afternoon, Board. As the CEO and on behalf of Florida Citizens Alliance of over 260,000 plus supporters, including 35,000 or more here in Collier County, we thank Commissioner Chris Hall for bringing this ordinance proposal back before the Commission, and we urge your support. The legal and binding principles of the U.S. Constitution are being challenged as never before. Our founders gave us a constitutional republic, and as you'll recall, Benjamin Franklin said when asked what the founders had accomplished, and I quote, "A republic if you can keep it." They gave us a Republican form of government, that's Republican with a small r, based on Judeo-Christian values and individual freedoms that must be protected at every level of government. As you know, FLCA, Florida Citizens Alliance, focuses on K through 12 education. This ordinance sends a resounding message of recommitment by each of you to protect our Constitution and Bill of Rights at the county level. This is a powerful message not only to your voting constituents, but in my opinion, more importantly, to every child in Collier County. That we have a constitutional republic and that you as our elected officials will recommit to defending our individual rights, guaranteed by our founders, and the many who have lost their lives defending that freedom through our history. I will add one other comment. I know Sheriff Mack, chairman of the CSPOA, he was the principal, one of the two principals in the U.S. versus Prince that Ms. Heuser talked to you about. If you have any doubt about what that court case did, I urge you to reread Scalia's majority comments. So in conclusion, we urge you to support and thank you for your commitment to defend our individual rights through this ordinance.
Your next speaker is Miles Rocky Schofield, and he will be followed by Carol DiPaolo.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Excuse me. Rocky Schofield, for the record. I'm not going to give you any legal or FBI advice today, so I have none. But first thing, I just wanted to reiterate one thing that Commissioner Hall said, and that is that this is not a right or left issue. This is not Republican versus Democrat. This is about everybody. This is everyone who lives in the United States and just cares about this country and wants to preserve our Constitution. You know, we live in the best county in the best state in the country, and there's a big reason for that. I don't know if you guys have saw this in the mail. Probably everybody did. They got one, and it was put out by the Sheriff's Department celebrating our centennial founding of Collier County. And every month, the Sheriff's Department honors a sheriff and their families for the service over the last 100 years, my grandfather being the second sheriff and longest serving one in Collier County. So this is one of the big reasons why people live here. And I'll read across the top right here. It says the #1 safest place to live, U.S. News and World Report. This is a big reason why we're here and why we're here today for this ordinance. And I'll read Sheriff Rambaugh's quote real quickly on the cover page. It says, Naples and Collier County are recognized again and again for our quality of life. Over the past century, the Collier County Sheriff's Office has built a solid foundation on safety. With the partnership of businesses and organizations, the support of our community, and the hard work of the best deputies in the nation, we remain committed to keeping Collier County amongst the safest counties in Florida. We're just extremely proud to have Sheriff Rambosk is our sheriff that strongly supports our constitutional rights, as you heard earlier. First of all, I place my trust in God, and then family, and then I want my trust placed in our sheriff, in our county commissioners, and our elected officials. That's the place I want to live in, and I do live in. You know, everyone knows, and you've heard earlier, what a perilous times we live in, and the overreach by the federal government. So I'll leave you with a quote from Thomas Jefferson. It says, "Experience has shown that even under the best forms of government, those entrusted with power in time and by slow operations perverted it into tyranny." So I want to thank you, commissioners, for listening to all this today, and I hope you'll vote to adopt this resolution.
Commissioners.
Or, excuse me, ordinance. Caught myself.
Just a couple quick comments. First of all, that article that was submitted by the Sheriff's Department indicating that Collier County is the safest county.
Right, one of them.
Yeah, one of the safest counties in the country. That's not an accident, and obviously we have a sheriff that does a great job. But I will say that your 5 commissioners for a long period of time have fully supported law enforcement. We've all said from time to time, the number one most important function of government is to protect its citizens from crime and violence. If you don't feel safe in your home, doesn't matter how nice the beaches are, doesn't matter how nice the weather is, you don't have a good quality of life. And so I've been on this board now for 6 years, actually going on 7 years, and the sheriff's budget has always been approved. He's always gotten everything that he needed. I think even Commissioner McDaniel at one point said, "Hey, if you want another helicopter,
Get 2.
Get another one." And so I just want to emphasize that the sheriff has done a wonderful job, and your commission has provided him the resources to do that. And we would never say no to the sheriff. If it's Kevin Rambosk, if it's Don Hunter, whoever the sheriff has always been able to get what they need to keep our citizens safe. And you and I may disagree a little bit on this ordinance. I'm likely not to vote for it, not because I don't want to protect the constitutional rights of our citizens, but there's 2 things. One is, I don't want to send the message that if you've got a problem with a federal issue, you come to us and we can solve it for you, because we can't. We've had, recently there was a complaint about someone didn't like complying with an OSHA requirement. And they were writing to me saying, "What do we do about this?" I said, "Well, you know, we're not the ones that can decide whether an OSHA requirement is applicable to your thing. We don't get involved with OSHA." But that's the kind of message that I'm concerned about sending. I 100% support the need to protect our citizens' constitutional rights. The issue for me is, how do you determine when something is a violation of that right? Now, everybody's said so far that you go to court. Well, that's kind of the process that you go through right now. But maybe now we're opening up the jurisdiction to a different court. But still, that's my concern. Not that I don't want to protect our constitutional rights, not that I don't want to keep our citizens safe, but I'm just not sure that this vehicle is clear enough to make that a reality. So I just wanted you to know that. Also, I know you and I had a telephone conversation, and I had indicated that the sheriff was not supportive of this, that he was going to remain neutral. And I apologize for telling you that, but at the time, that was what I had been advised. The sheriff he and I had a bit of a conversation, and he was tending to be neutral on it, and that's what I reported to you. So that was not.
He called me and told me about that and said he may have been a little ambiguous, but he clarified it with.
And he called me to clarify as well. So I didn't want you to go away thinking that I had misled you in any way.
I knew. So
All right.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Your next speaker is Carol DiPaolo. She'll be followed by James Rogenberger. Carol's been seated additional time from Eric Troe. T-R-O-E, Eric. And Emily Dalto. All right, so you'll have 6 minutes. Well, Eric Troe wasn't here. So 6 minutes.
Yeah, he is here.
He just went to the bathroom.
Go ahead, ma'am.
You're good, Carol.
Okay, I want to first of all thank all of you commissioners for allowing me this time to stand before you once again on this topic. I'm going to be reading two statements. One would be from myself, and one will be from Chris Ann Hall, the leading constitutional attorney, which some of you just basically touched on. This is my statement. I'm not new to this podium addressing this very same topic. I stood before you in March of 2021, I believe, impressing on you the need for you to pass the Bill of Rights sanctuary ordinance. Instead, the community was given a resolution. But this is a new day with a different board of commissioners. You will hear passionate pleas to have this passed, along with people angry and adamantly against it. Emotions are not a good guide to making your decision, but facts are. Why do we need the Bill of Rights sanctuary ordinance? We need it because the government has and will at times overstep the Bill of Rights, which is the law of the land. Just a few years ago, they have demanded our churches be closed, our people be masked, our bodies be assaulted with testing, swabs, and vaccinations. They were all violations of our First Amendment rights. Our Second Amendment rights are compromised with regulations upon regulations. Some Florida citizens have been dragged out of their homes and unrightly denied their Sixth Amendment rights to a quick and fair trial as they rot in their prison cells in Washington, D.C. They are the J6ers. These are just some of the reasons why we need the Bill of Rights sanctuary ordinance to be adopted. Little by little, our Constitution is being circumvented and our freedoms trampled upon. Our forefathers had the insight and discernment to know that the federal government had the capabilities to step outside of the Constitution. Therefore, they drafted these amendments to keep the government in check. The government has yielded to many three-letter agencies and NGOs that undermine our Constitution, hence the need for this ordinance. Weigh the facts, use reason and logic which God has given us, and understand that your decision impacts every Collier County resident. Now I'm going to read a statement by Chris Ann Hall, leading constitutional attorney. I'm going to start at the beginning, at the middle of it. Our history is replete with heinous national state laws. For those who would oppose the Bill of Rights, would they agree with the police officer who arrested Rosa Parks for refusing to sit in the back of the bus? Or the mass transportation and imprisonment of more than 120,000 Japanese Americans without due process in 1942? Would they support the enforcement of the Federal Fugitive Slave Act? Would they have upheld the Supreme Court's opinion and the laws that were subsequently justified by it when the Supreme Court declared Mr. Dred Scott to be property and not a man? Rejection of tyrannical and oppressive laws and the defense of individual natural rights was the basis upon which the country was founded. That is why our founders demanded a Bill of Rights as a condition for ratifying the U.S. Constitution. It is why our Declaration of Independence states that to secure these rights, governments are instituted among men, deriving their just powers from the consent of the governed. That is why Article 6, Clause 2 of the Constitution declares that only laws made in pursuance to the Constitution are supreme, and any law that is not made in pursuance to the Constitution is not binding on the states. It is why Article 1 of the Florida Constitution declares in 27 separate sections that all natural persons have inalienable rights, among which are the right to enjoy and defend life and liberty, to pursue happiness, to be rewarded for industry, and to acquire, possess, and protect property. It is why Article 1, Section 9 of the Florida Constitution establishes that no person shall be deprived of life, liberty, or property without due process of law. And finally, why every person who serves in Florida government makes an oath to support, protect, and defend both the U.S. and Florida constitutions. When a law or government act is authorized by our constitutions and made pursuant to delegated authority, every person in civilized society has a duty to comply, as our constitutions are the supreme law of the land. Refusing to comply with laws and orders that are inconsistent or contrary to our constitutions cannot be an act of lawlessness. On the contrary, when laws or orders are not authorized or made inconsistent with our constitutions, it is they who are violating the supreme law of the land, and refusal to comply with such laws and edicts becomes the enforcement of the supreme law. This principle of truth is why Martin Luther King Jr. observed that one has not only a legal but a moral responsibility to obey just laws. Conversely, one has a moral responsibility to disobey unjust laws. To claim that the people lack the authority to judge the unconstitutionality of laws made by the government they created is to contradict everything those who founded America fought to establish. Such a philosophy can only support a government where the people are reduced to the miserable state of subjects under their rulers, and not a government of the people, by the people, for the people. My final question would be, in consideration of all that has been said above, how can a people of a state claim that refusal to enforce federal laws that are not authorized by the Constitution is unlawful when the state we live in has legalized medical marijuana, while the federal government still considers possession, cultivation, and sale of marijuana a federal crime? The people of Florida have already decided some federal laws are not binding upon the states. Now it's time to understand that truth applies to all natural rights of the people, not just medical marijuana. Thank you.
Your next speaker is James Rosenberger. He'll be followed by Daniel Cook.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'd like to personally thank Commissioner Hall for bringing this forward, and I'm going to read my prepared statement. My first attempt to secure a sanctuary county ordinance protecting our right to bear arms took place in March of 2021. Being a political neophyte, I was unaware of the hurdles that would be placed in my path. I persevered. Ultimately, it was Florida Statute 70.33 that would bring the Second Amendment Preservation Act to a halt. The lawyers had won. As with any good legal strategy, Plan B would have to be devised. Local attorney Christina Heuser was tasked to lead the charge. Our attempt was to create a Collier County Bill of Rights sanctuary ordinance. Many minds were brought together. They were as follows: our county attorney, Jeffrey Klatskow, our Collier County Sheriff, Kevin Rambosk, and his legal staff, State Representative Bob Rommel, Florida Citizens Alliance Director Keith Flaw, State Committeeman Alfie Oakes, and our own Congressman Byron Donalds. This was truly a winning lineup. These prominent individuals representing Collier County would surely find a solution to the dilemma. After all, more than 7,000 of your constituents signed a petition of support. Additionally, these signatures were collected in a mere 2 weeks. The bill was drafted and it was bulletproof. I was in shock as to why it hadn't passed. Only 2 commissioners had the foresight and understanding of what we were accomplishing. Christina Heuser has worked tirelessly with many others in an effort to move this ordinance forward. Will we fail again? I stand here today asking for your support of the Collier County Bill of Rights Sanctuary Ordinance. It's time to stand up for our Constitution. It's time to stand up for our Bill of Rights. It's time to stand up for our national anthem. But most of all, it's time to stand up for the families of the over 400,000 veterans lying in Arlington National Cemetery, for without them, we would not be able to stand here today for what is right. God bless America.
Your next speaker is Dan Cook, and he'll be followed by Catherine Cunningham.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'd like to start by reading the preamble to the Bill of Rights. It says, "The conventions of a number of the states, having at the time of their adopting the Constitution expressed a desire, in order to prevent misconstruction or abuse of its powers, that further declaratory and restrictive clauses should be added." I emphasize the term restrictive clauses. I view the purpose of the Bill of Rights as a list of multiple things. It's more than just 10 items. It's a list of a lot of restrictive clauses restricting the federal government from violating our freedom of speech, our right to bear arms, our due process. So I ask, is your right of free speech more or less important than your right to bear arms? Is your right to be free from unreasonable searches and seizures more important than your rights of due process? What about the 10th Amendment? How would the restrictions of the 10th Amendment be enforced? The 10th Amendment says, the powers not delegated to the United States by the Constitution, nor prohibited by it to the states, are reserved to the states respectively or to the people. I'm going to reread that because the first part of that is extremely important. The powers not delegated to the United States by the Constitution. I think that begs the question, what powers are delegated to the United States by the Constitution? You'll have to look primarily in Article 1, Section 8 for a specific list of about 17 or 18 powers that are delegated to the United States. And so another aspect that we should consider, which Commissioner Hall and a couple other speakers mentioned too, is the Supremacy Clause. So Article 6 of the Constitution is the Supremacy Clause, which says, this Constitution and the laws of the United States, which shall be made in pursuance thereof, and all treaties made, or which shall be made, under the authority of the United States shall be the supreme law of the land. So I also would argue that the only laws that come out of Washington, D.C. that should be considered the law of the land are laws in pursuance thereof of the Constitution, including the 10th Amendment, including the restrictions of the 10th Amendment. And so I support a yes vote on this ordinance. If the pandemic was referenced and the actions in 2020 when the beaches were closed down and the parks and playgrounds were closed down, I think as a result of this trickle-down tyranny, if this ordinance was in place, I would have sought injunctive relief regarding the closures of the beaches and the playgrounds. And so I hope that this passes today because I will seek that injunctive relief should it happen again. Thanks.
Your next speaker is Catherine Cunningham. She'll be followed by Susan Cohn. Ms. Cunningham's been seated additional time from Heather Hart.
She had to leave.
What about Susan Morton? You'll have 6 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Catherine Cunningham, and I'm a volunteer with Moms Demand Action. In addition to my volunteer activities, I also work as a trust and estates lawyer, and I'm currently taking unpaid vacation time from my job in order to make this statement. In all honesty, I wish I were at work today. On behalf of Moms Demand Action, I'm here to oppose the Sanctuary County ordinance that was introduced by Commissioner Hall. As you know, this ordinance was originally introduced 2 years ago as the Second Amendment Protection Act and then broadened to the entire Bill of Rights. But the original focus was to prevent the enforcement of federal gun laws in Collier County. The same ordinance that is before you today was rejected by the Board of County Commissioners in July 2021. That year, the board did pass a resolution to support the Bill of Rights, which we did not oppose. In our view, the resolution and the ordinance are both unnecessary because the Bill of Rights already applies to every county in the United States, including Collier County. So some will ask, what is the impact if this ordinance passes today? In all honesty, probably not much will change. And most people who live in Collier County may never even hear about the Sanctuary County ordinance. Even if this bill passes, the sheriff is unlikely to ignore valid federal laws, and the state's attorney is unlikely to support any effort to overturn or ignore federal law. Or if they do, the courts are likely to strike down such actions as unconstitutional. However, attempting to nullify federal gun laws undermines the rule of law and sends a false message to criminals that federal gun laws may not be enforced. Also, for the small percentage of Collier County residents who are paying close attention to this bill and support an extreme interpretation of the Second Amendment, there may be some serious consequences. For example, in Virginia, during debates over local sanctuary resolutions, people believed that the resolutions had swept away all gun laws, and some people who had been convicted of felonies happily declared that they had gotten their gun rights back. In other words, criminals thought they were no longer restricted from carrying firearms because of this bill. That's not what it does. I hope everyone knows that. In Kansas, after the state passed a nullification bill, 2 Kansas men were prosecuted for illegally making and possessing firearm accessories that they falsely believed were exempt from federal regulation. An appeals court rejected their argument that they were protected under Kansas's nullification law. In other words, otherwise law-abiding citizens became criminals because of this bill. Finally, it seems like the primary impact of this bill will be to increase litigation against the county. It's hard to see why you would want to do that. Also, I would note that Sheriff Rombosk and State's Attorney Fox will not be here forever, and I worry that having this sanctuary county ordinance on the books could be a bigger problem in the future. For example, if the next sheriff is a member of an extremist group, like the Constitutional Sheriffs and Peace Officers Association. So in conclusion, more than 120 Americans are shot and killed on average every single day, and guns have become the leading cause of death among children and teens in our country. There's overwhelming bipartisan support for gun safety laws to reduce this death toll, whereas this bill seeks to block the will of the majority and to bypass the court's interpretation of the Constitution to the detriment of public safety. Please vote no on the Sanctuary County bill. Thank you. And I
Your
cede the
next
rest of
speaker is Susan Cohn. She'll be followed by George Dondonville. Excuse me. Ms. Cohn has been seated additional time from Kathleen Muniz, and she's here. You'll have 6 minutes.
And George is not here. He had to go to work.
George is not here, so she will be followed by Reverend Tony Fisher. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Susan Cohn, and I am puzzled how so many speakers were here in support of the ordinance and were able to sign up this morning when they weren't even here this morning, and how they magically knew how to be here at 1:30 when the rest of us were here at 8:30 this morning, and many people couldn't stay, and so they have had to go to work or do whatever. So I'd like to just point that out. I find it curious. This is the fourth time that I've come to speak in opposition of the so-called Bill of Rights Sanctuary Ordinance. And in case you are assuming that anyone who opposes it must be a liberal, socialist, Democrat, or fill in the blank, whatever, I thought I would take 30 seconds of my time to tell you who I am. But first, I want to comment on an important leadership quality, listening. Some of you have demonstrated that you're willing to listen, learn, and perhaps even change your mind about this issue. But some of you have made it perfectly clear that you have absolutely no interest in listening to the citizens of this county. You have campaign promises to keep. One of you even went so far as to sigh in July and complain that you would probably hear from thousands of people and that you would have to wear your flame suit. I'm sorry, but this doesn't sound like someone that's receptive to listening or learning. But please try, please listen with the intent to learn and have the courage to change your minds. So about me, Collier County has been my home for 48 years. I'm a mom and a grandmother. My three children were born at Naples Community Hospital. They graduated from Naples High School. I was a single mother. I worked really hard, and I raised my children to be really kind and successful people with no financial support. I registered to vote in Collier County in 1976 as, guess what, a Republican. Which brings me to why I'm here today. This proposed ordinance seeks to ignore federal gun laws, and Attorney Heiser kept using the term federal programs, but read the ordinance. It says laws. It chooses to ignore federal gun laws and to not support them if they're deemed unconstitutional. It would undermine the judicial process and the will of the voters. Attempting to nullify federal gun laws is unconstitutional. And as Catherine said, it sends a false message to criminals that federal gun laws may not be enforced. And it would send a confusing message to law-abiding gun owners and may expose them to criminal liability if they mistakenly believe that the county could prevent federal gun law from being enforced. This proposed ordinance is full of contradictions and omissions, so I'd like to point out some. The second whereas in the ordinance mentions the, quote, fundamental American doctrine of separation of powers, close quote. But this ordinance seeks to throw separation of powers out the window by undermining the role of the judicial branch of government. The big question is who will decide if a federal law is unconstitutional? Who will decide if a federal law is unconstitutional? That's the role of the courts, not the county commission, not the sheriff. In the eighth whereas in the ordinance, it refers to Chapter 125.01 of the Florida statutes, which describes the powers and duties of county government. Subsections T and W are combined in the ordinance to read, quote, specifically authorizes counties to adopt ordinances and resolutions necessary for the exercise of its powers, and perform any other acts not inconsistent with the law, which acts are in the common interest of the people of the county, and exercise all powers and privileges not specifically prohibited by law, close quote. And furthermore, those subsections appear under Section 1 of the Florida statutes, which reads, quote, "The legislative and governing body of a county shall have the power to carry on county government to the extent not inconsistent with general or specific law." So in other words, the ordinance says it's okay to ignore federal laws because county officials have the power to pass ordinances that are not inconsistent with the law. Yeah, it's a little confusing. There's another name for counties that pass an ordinance like this, and by the way, Collier would have the embarrassing distinction of being the first county in Florida. It's called a lawless county. In addition, it is interesting that the drafters of this ordinance chose to completely ignore incorporating reference to Chapter 30.15 of the Florida statutes, which describes the powers, duties, and obligations of sheriffs. And by the way, sheriffs are also known as law enforcement officers. Sheriffs are part of the executive branch of government, not the judicial branch of government. Anyhow, Section 1A reads that sheriffs shall, quote, "execute all powers of the Supreme Circuit and county courts," close quote. Not one of the powers listed remotely speaks to interpretation of the Constitution. So in closing, please vote no on this politically motivated and unconstitutional ordinance. Thank you.
Okay, your next speaker is Reverend Tony Fisher, and he will be followed by Jane Schlechtweg.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Thank you for this opportunity to speak. It's good to see all of you. My name is Tony Fisher. I serve the Unitarian Universalist Congregation of Greater Naples. One of the primary principles of Unitarian Universalism that we affirm and promote the right of conscience and the use of the democratic process in our congregations and in society at large. Therefore, we honor both the Constitution and the Bill of Rights. We hold them high in our esteem, and we believe in due process that has been built up around the Constitution and around the Bill of Rights over the past 230 years. You as individuals and you as a board of county commissioners have all the rights you need under law that you are trying to pass with this ordinance. You have the right as individuals and as a board to challenge laws that are put forward by the federal government or by the state government. The question is, what is the motivation for this particular document? And I urge you to consider in your hearts whether it is partisan or not. Most of the speakers who have been here before me have been speaking from somewhat of a partisan view. But it's up to each of you to consider whether you're speaking from a partisan position or from a position of a county commissioner elected by the population of this county to serve this county. Your job is to serve and support the rights of every individual here. Rights that in many cases in this county and across the state of Florida have been challenged by Florida law. So I urge you to think clearly about this. You have all the rights you need that are being brought forth by this ordinance. You don't need it. And it's divisive. So I urge you to vote no. Thank you.
Your next speaker is Jane Schlechtweg. She'll be followed by Alan Keller.
Thank you. Good afternoon, County Commissioners. My name is Jane Schlechtweg. I am a resident of Collier County, and I would like to address today the uselessness of this proposed ordinance. In addition to the Supreme Court's history of the ruling against nullification of federal law by state and local officials, the 10th Amendment to the Constitution includes the anti-commandeering doctrine that already prohibits the federal government from commandeering state personnel or resources for federal purposes. The federal government is constitutionally prohibited from requiring states to use their personnel or resources to enforce federal laws or implement federal programs. State and local governments cannot directly block federal agents from enforcing federal laws or implementing federal programs, but they do have to cooperate with the federals in any way. For instance, a local sheriff cannot block an ATF agent from enforcing a federal gun law, but the ATF cannot force the sheriff's office to participate in the enforcement effort. The U.S. Supreme Court is empowered to assess constitutionality, not local county commissioners. Article 6 of Paragraph 2 of the U.S. Constitution is commonly referred to as the Supremacy Clause. It establishes that a federal constitution and federal law generally takes precedence over state issues and even laws duly passed via Congress and signed by the president when they can be. And here's the important part. A case can go through the judicial system all the way to the Supreme Court. So if you don't like a federal law, you can take it to court and you can take it all the way to the Supreme Court. That's important because that's our democratic checks and balances in action. Further, county employees have no way of knowing which federal laws will be considered unconstitutional. They will live in constant fear of being sued, fined, or jailed simply for doing their jobs. This chilling atmosphere will make it harder to hire and retain workers at a time when we are already facing countywide staffing shortages. The attorney said that we need this ordinance because it offers penalties, but I saw no penalties in the reading of this ordinance. Are they financial? Are they jail time? I don't know. Finally, the Constitution and our judicial system have overseen questions of American rights for over 200 years, making this a sanctuary proposal entirely unnecessary. You said today that you didn't start your day doing anything that would be bad for this county. I encourage you to vote against the proposed ordinance. Thank you.
Your next speaker is Alan Keller, and he will be followed by Jerry Rutherford.
We will take a break after the speaker here.
Yes, sir.
Sir?
History has somehow been dragged into this debate, in my view, with many historical errors. The drafters of the Constitution reviewed their experiences with the tyranny of the king and Parliament. They noted that in spite of the tyranny, between 20 and 35% of all colonists at the time remained loyal to the tyrannous king and Parliament. And they pondered the failures of the Articles of Confederation. Then they took pen in hand and drafted the Constitution. They included a Bill of Rights. They emphasized the Bill of Rights. But they also anticipated problems in interpretation of those bills of rights. They anticipated that, and they created a judicial branch of government, which for 246 years has been the body charged with constitutional interpretation. Now we have before the commission an effort to pass at least some of that constitutional decision-making to the commission and the sheriff in a way that I, after reading it about 8 times, still don't have completely clear. I'm sorry, maybe I'm dense. But that ordinance just makes it sound like you people are assuming the interpretive role and the judicial role that has served this country so well. I was going to say more on that topic, but I think I'd like to close by saying that this has been one of the most curious dog's breakfast of arguments I've ever heard in my life. I mean, we're mixing criminal law with actions by agencies as an outflow from legislation. It just is, it's just the strangest mix I've almost could imagine. And somehow this ordinance is going to pull us through all that. I have my sincere doubts. Thank you.
We'll break until 3:30.
Chair, you have a live mic.
Okay, if everybody can take their seats, we'll get started on time. Mr.
Your
Miller?
next speaker is going to be Jerry Rutherford, and he'll be followed by Erica Donnells.
Eric is not here.
Oh, no, she's right there. She did
She
make it.
come back in? Okay.
Good afternoon, Commissioners.
Sir, if you could pull the microphone towards you a little bit more.
Okay. All right.
There you go. Thank you.
Thank you for this opportunity to speak. I hope to show the need for this ordinance. Communism, socialism, Marxisms are anti-American, anti-God ideologies. In 1958, W. Cleon Skousen wrote the book, The Naked Communist. While working at the FBI, he found the 45 goals of the communist agenda to destroy America's Constitution. Unfortunately, they have completed all but one of them. The goals have been completed, and the goals were posted in the Congressional Record in 1963. They got all excited about it about that time, and then they went back to sleep. Thomas Jefferson, we need to know the communist agenda, because if we're ignorant of it, we'll not know how to defeat it. Thomas Jefferson said, if a nation expects to be ignorant and free in a civilization, it expects what never was and never will be. One of the goals of the agenda is to capture one or more of the political parties. When the FBI report came out on Joseph McCarthy, they found that he was 95% correct on those he called communist in the government. Another goal was to destroy our Constitution. Then a goal after that, get control of the schools and use them as transmission belts for socialist, communist doctrine. Another goal is to create the impression that violence and insurrection are legitimate agents of American tradition. Think about that. That students and special interest groups should rise up and use a force to secure economic, political, and special problems. Schools across the nation being used to promote these ideologies. I'm working hard now to try to propagate what these ideologies are all about and what they'll do to us. If you haven't seen it, your eyes have been closed. I've identified a number of them to our school board. We need to realize that we're in a position here where it wasn't the case 50, 60 years ago when I was coming up in school. If we don't stand up against these ideologies, specifically communism, because the ideologies have come from the communist agenda. If I could read those to the schools for you right now, and I don't have time, you would realize how well they have saturated our schools and our nation, because schools are where all the rest of it's going to come from. Lincoln said the philosophy of the classroom in one generation will be the philosophy of the government in the next generation, and that's what we have. I believe we need something
Thank
like
you,
this.
sir. Sir, if you can sum up, you're out of time, but
Okay.
if you can sum up, thank you.
I believe I'd like to see y'all vote for this. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Your next speaker is Erica Donald. She'll be followed by John Mayo.
Good afternoon. I'm glad I was able to make it back after being here this morning. I just want to thank you all for bringing this back after 2 years, Commissioner Hall, and for the support, Commissioner McDaniel, that you and Commissioner LaCastro gave to this a couple of years ago. Not much has changed in those last 2 years. The ordinance has not changed very much. My husband was here 2 years ago to speak in support of this. The sheriff also spoke in support and gave many of the same comments that he gave earlier today. But what has changed, thankfully, is some much needed turnover on this board. Having lived here for 20 years, I've watched many iterations of this county commission, and I've watched them not prioritize the rights and liberties and really opinions of many of the citizens of Collier County, including myself. But I'm really proud of the board that is here today and the opinions, the efforts, and the courage that has been displayed by many of you over the past several months, including bringing back this ordinance, which is controversial. Going back to what hasn't changed are some of the criticisms of this ordinance. We heard it 2 years ago that we're trying to nullify federal law, and nothing could be further from the case, as has already been said. I don't think there's anyone who could have drafted and defended this ordinance better than Christina Heuser. She's done an excellent job, and she did an excellent job explaining and defending it earlier today, and I would just echo all of her comments as well. But the other thing that we've seen over the past 2 years is the continual weaponization of our federal government, infringement of our constitutional rights, and thankfully, the courage of American citizens to stand up for those rights and liberties here at home and expect that our elected representatives will do the same, including our sheriff and including each one of you. And so what we are looking for, what I'm looking for, is leadership. Not to look to other counties to see if they've done it yet and how it's worked out, but what are we going to do as Collier County? How are we going to lead and empower our sheriff, who said both 2 years ago and now that he would want to bring this to the state to allow other counties to copy what we have done, because we are leaders and we, the citizens of Collier County, are standing behind you, the majority of this board, to stand up for our constitutional rights and pass this amendment and this ordinance. So I appreciate your support. Thank you for your service, and I hope that you will vote yes. Thank you.
Your next speaker is John Mayo. He'll be followed by Kathy Mayo.
Yes, this is John Mayo. It says I go, oh, you just clicked me. I had 1 minute and 30 seconds to get what I said. Okay, so thank you, commissioners. And I have really no prepared marks. They're just things that I've listened to for the last couple of hours. And I would say that we all should be in agreement that the United States of America is in a constitutional crisis. If you don't believe that, you're on the low end of the scale. One of the things that causes America to have the crisis is the integrity of our leaders. And I'm not accusing anyone on this dais of anything. I'm just saying there seems to be a lack of integrity coming specifically from Washington, D.C. And when we talk about this resolution, as Commissioner Colwell clearly stated, we're not talking about overriding some federal laws, but everything that's occurred with the pandemic was not a law. Those were mandates placed on us from various, I will call them, unelected agencies, such as mask mandates, such as, quote, jabs, such as closing businesses. Those were not, and for the people that are against the resolution, I'd like to make it clear, those were not laws. Those were mandates handed down from Washington to our county and forced upon our citizens. And to your point, Commissioner Saunders, again, we're not asking anyone to violate any federal law. What we are asking is to strengthen the opportunities of our commissioner in our county to say no when these mandates are about to come down again, which will probably happen within the next month or so. So I'd like to just end this, my time, with a quote. I know you've heard a lot of quotes from the Founding Fathers, but this is a really pertinent quote to the discussion here. And this quote is from Benjamin Franklin. And what it says is, "Those who give up essential liberty to purchase a little temporary safety deserve neither liberty nor safety." Thank you, Commissioners.
Yeah, your next speaker is Kathy Mayo, and she will be followed by Amy Perwin.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Kathy Mayo. I'm the Secretary of the Collier County Republican Executive Committee, but I will speak today as a concerned Collier resident, parent, and grandparent. I want to thank you, Commissioner Hall, for bringing forth this ordinance, and for all of you for hearing We the People. I'd also like to thank Commissioner LaCastro and Coal for their service to the country and the military. I do that every time I come up here. When you took your oaths, you said you solemnly swear you would support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic, and that you would bear truth, faith, and allegiance to the same. As you probably know, my son's a staff sergeant in the Army serving in South Korea. Getting a little scary over there right now. And he is doing it, as I'm sure you both did, to fight for our freedom. And all of you have taken an oath, not foreign and domestic, but as our elected officials, to protect and make decisions for the best interests, I should say, best interests of our county. And you've also sworn an oath for the Florida and the U.S. Constitution. So I'd like to play a brief clip. It's just 50 seconds of Dr. Merrill Nass, who is speaking at the European Parliament. Dr. Nass has been an internal medicine physician for over 42 years with expertise in anthrax and bioterrorism. She's listed in Who's Who in America and Who's Who in the world for her accomplishments, which included the first scientific analysis of anthrax and bioterrorism. So she is very well respected in her field. And let's play the clip.
Coup. And the idea is to create a whole new set of laws and ignore the existing human rights laws and other laws under the pretext of pandemic preparedness and the biosecurity agenda. The WHO is developing through all its nations, but with the WHO Directorate in the United States in charge, a pandemic treaty and amendments to the existing international health regulations that will remove the human rights protections currently embedded in the IHRs, will enforce surveillance, censorship, get rid of freedom of speech, require governments to censor and only push a single narrative.
So this is a perfect example of why we need this ordinance. Dr. Nass explained a part of what their plan is, and it's not a conspiracy theory. These things are happening. Commissioner LaCastro, you mentioned earlier about Maui. I believe that was part of their plan, but that's a whole nother subject. We can't just call out these entities and then just sit back and watch them carry out their plan of stripping us of our rights. We need to offer solutions. So that's exactly what this is. It's a huge step to protect us, and they have all the groundwork and the plans laid out. And as my husband just said, particularly in the very near future, all the lockdowns, mask mandates are coming down the pike. So we have a clear opportunity here to establish Collier County as a Bill of Rights sanctuary, and to send a loud and clear message to Tallahassee, Washington, D.C., and hopefully the whole world that we the people are not going to give up our God-given inalienable rights that easily. We are the land of the free because of the brave. I'm asking you to be brave today and vote yes for the ordinance. Thank you.
Your next speaker is Amy Perwin. I hope I'm saying that right. And she'll be followed by Chantal Scherer.
You did well.
I am a resident of Collier County. Multiple members of my family have served in the military and took an oath to support and defend the U.S. Constitution, just as Mr. Locastro and Mr. Cowell did as well. In fact, all who serve and protect the country, military or not, take an oath to support and defend our U.S. Constitution. In case you have forgotten, you made this oath when you took public office. I'll remind you of this oath and hope that you take it seriously today. Raising your right hand, you said the following: I do solemnly swear to affirm that I will support, protect, and defend the Constitution and the government of the United States and of the state of Florida, that I am duly qualified to hold office under the Constitution of the state, and that I will well and faithfully perform the duties of the Collier County Commissioner on which I am now about to enter. So help me God. In this oath, you swore you would support, protect, and defend our Constitution. We teach our Collier County students about the Constitution and this great nation. We teach them about the brilliance of the founders when they developed a system of checks and balances. We teach them that by definition, the U.S. Constitution is the supreme law of the land, and that is in the Supremacy Clause, Article 6, Paragraph 2. If you support this Bill of Rights sanctuary ordinance, you are making it allowable to violate the Constitution. This is un-American and offensive to those who take the oath seriously and consider themselves actual patriots. The arbiter of constitutionality is not the Collier County Board of Commissioners, nor is it the sheriff. According to our laws, the appropriate challenge to the constitutionality of a law or executive order is through the legal system. The courts, and the Supreme Court in particular, are the arbiter of a law's constitutionality. Even our Collier students know this. If you respect and value our Constitution, please vote no on this ordinance. Thank you.
Your next speaker is Chantal Scherer. She's not here. Reverend Dr. Sharon Harris Ewing. And she will be followed by Don Braswell.
My points have been
Thank you, sir. Then the Reverend will be followed by Libby Bramson. She had to leave. Hold on just a second, ma'am. Diane P. Moore, you will be the next speaker. Please go ahead, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioners, for this opportunity to express my strong opposition to the proposed Bill of Rights Sanctuary Ordinance. My name is Sharon Harris Ewing. I am a member of the steering committee of the Interfaith Alliance of Southwest Florida, and I am speaking on behalf of that organization. Specifically stated in our mission is promoting policies that protect both religion and democracy and uniting diverse voices to challenge extremism. Based on what I've heard so far, the proposed ordinance is unnecessary because everyone involved, including you, are already working faithfully to uphold the Constitution. This ordinance is an unconstitutional anti-government policy that threatens democracy. There are already appropriate democratic processes in place to challenge federal regulations that you deem unconstitutional. But rather than follow those processes, the proposed ordinance seeks to avoid the legislative process and short-circuit the entire judicial system by declaring that the county sheriff, based on his duty to enforce county ordinances, shall become the final arbiter of what is and is not constitutional, thereby ceding authority to those who have neither the standing nor appropriate training in constitutional law. Contrary to what has been said, what is constitutional and what is not just common sense. It is something that is carefully determined through many levels of the court system, as others have said. This is indeed an attempt to reactivate the nullification doctrine that maintains that states, or in this case, the county, rather than the federal courts, including the U.S. Supreme Court, are the ultimate interpreters of the extent of the powers of the federal government. The nullification doctrine has been repeatedly rejected at every level. This ordinance failed once before because the Board of Collier County Commissioners had the wisdom to say no. Please reject it again. Thank you.
Your next speaker is Diane P. Moore, and she'll be followed by Omar Del Pozo.
Good afternoon. I'm Diane Preston Moore, and I'm the president of the League of Women Voters of Collier County. The League believes deeply in the individual liberties established in the U.S. Constitution and in the Bill of Rights. These documents are the bedrock of our democracy. And if the proposed ordinance simply affirmed the Bill of Rights, I wouldn't be here today. But it doesn't do that. Instead, it contradicts constitutional principles, and we cannot support the ordinance. Besides the nullification issue that's already been addressed by other speakers, the ordinance is not necessary. If you, as commissioners, did nothing today, the Bill of Rights would still apply to all Collier County citizens. Those citizens would still have their constitutional rights and recourse through the courts if those rights are infringed. The Bill of Rights doesn't stand alone. It must be read as part of the Constitution. When our forefathers drafted the Constitution, they established the power to determine that a federal law is unconstitutional. But they gave that power not to local officials, not to state courts, but to federal courts. Under Article 3, only federal courts have the power to interpret the Constitution, and only the Supreme Court has the final authority to declare a law unconstitutional. The League is concerned that this ordinance actually flies in the face of the Constitution. The ordinance requires local officials to disregard the laws of the United States if that law is unconstitutional. As Commissioner Saunders stated, the key question is who decides whether a law is unconstitutional? Does the local official, the county manager, the sheriff, the county commission? And what happens if you disagree with each other? If local officials were free to decide what laws are unconstitutional, the result would be absurd. There would be hundreds of different interpretations of the Constitution. The League of Women Voters supports good governance, and enacting this ordinance, which is identical to the failed ordinance proposed 2 years ago, is not good governance. The County Commission has important work to do. Enacting a vague and, ironically, unconstitutional ordinance is a distraction from your good work. The League respectfully asks that you vote no. Thank you.
Your next speaker is Omar Del is it Poro or Pozo, sir? Pozo, I'm sorry. And he'll be followed by Pamela Cunningham.
Good afternoon. Thank you, first of all, for allowing me to be here talking. All the commissioners, thank you. First of all, I want to congratulate all the commissioners for your hard work. You work tirelessly in behalf of people. I strongly encourage you to approve this bill, this ordinance, because in this way people could have, through before the law, the possibility to deal with any attempt of this, to deal, even to stop or fight against intent of the federal government to impose any ideological and tyrannical agenda on people. When I say before the law, I said that the law or any ordinance recognize and protect the natural right of people. In this scenario, in the first scenario, when this, in the case that this ordinance is approved, it will happen. In other scenario, if this ordinance or bill of rights are not approved, what will happen is that the government could use what is named through the law. Through the law. We don't forget that. Through the law means that the government has the possibility to make its own interpretation of the law or any ordinance. And you say it like in Cuba, North Korea, or other country, to impose any tyrannical, ideological agenda on people. So, when we talk about before the law, we are talking about freedom. We want talking through the law, we are talking about tyranny. Again, I strongly encourage you to approve this ordinance, this law. This way you can show the people that you are on the side of the people. God bless you, God bless all the people in the room, and God bless America.
Your next speaker is Pamela Cunningham. She'll be followed by Joanne Husky.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Pamela Cunningham. I'm a Christian, a citizen of America and of Collier County, a retired physician, a wife, and a mother. I can add little, if anything, to what has already been stated by some of the brilliant legal minds and grassroots organizers in the room. So the purpose of me speaking today is simply to voice citizens' support for the ordinance and to be a reflection of we the people. All of you have served our country in at least one capacity, and we appreciate you and your service. As well-educated, strong public servants, you know that our founders envisioned times well beyond their era. They knew that a time would come when our federal leaders would attempt significant government overreach. In preparation for this time, the founders enshrined our God-given rights in our nation's founding documents. Our Bill of Rights, specifically the 10th Amendment, protects us as citizens at the local and state levels. Many of the issues today that the federal government is passing legislation on or regulations over actually fall under your constitutional authority as outlined in our founding documents. In voting yes on today's proposed ordinance, you are reaffirming and putting into action the authority vested in you by our founders to meet the challenges of times like these. Some may shy away from a yes vote on this issue due to concerns over litigation or retribution by higher levels of power. However, in doing what is right under our founding documents, your goodness will prevail. You are our local representatives. We voted for you, and we trust in your judgment. I urge you to vote yes on the proposed ordinance. Thank you, and God bless.
Your next speaker is Joanne Husky. She will be followed by Dan Sperduto.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. This is a very important conversation that we've been having here today. I am certain that all of you gentlemen and everybody in this room considers themselves good Americans. You don't call yourself Collierites, you call yourself Americans. And as citizens of the United States of America, we are protected by the Constitution and the Bill of Rights. All of us here are already protected by the Constitution and the Bill of Rights.
Ma'am, you're just speaking to us, not to
All
the
right, I'll
crowd.
talk to everyone. Sorry.
Thank you.
So we already have all of these rights. This ordinance is not necessary. I believe that on July 13th of 2021, this very commission passed a resolution in which you pledged to your allegiance to the Constitution and the Bill of Rights of the United States. Why then, why would this county or this commission deny the sanctity of the rights we already have and create some kind of a rogue county with its own vague laws that we cannot even decide today who is determining them? As you all very well know and have heard at your last hearing of this topic and heard today, the nullification doctrine has been tried by counties and states over and over throughout our history. And it is a nullification. It has been proven time and again, even by the Supreme Court several times, that the Article 3 of the Constitution states very clearly that the federal government has ultimate and exclusive power to interpret the Constitution. And as the Supremacy Clause that many people have mentioned today as well states that the federal law supersedes that of states and of smaller jurisdictions like counties. That's the law. It's already stated. And we have a judicial system. If you don't agree with what comes down from the federal government, there is a system by which you can contest it. It works. We know it works. What if Lee County or Broward County decided that they didn't want to pay federal taxes or they didn't want to follow federal law and somebody in their county was going to decide the laws? We would be horrified. There would be chaos in this region. And I would think that most people who look at our county right now may feel the same way. And people who are going to hear about this in the country are going to look at this county and think, what kind of a county is this that doesn't follow the law of the land? You are elected to do a job and address issues that the people in this county care about, like sea level rise and public safety and affordable housing and, okay, pickleball. But do your job. This is a political statement. I'm sorry, Commissioner Hall, but this is a political statement, and we don't need it. So as good Americans, please, as you did once before, I urge you to please vote for we the people. There are many people in this, they're not in this room perhaps, who are against this ordinance, and I am one of them. Please vote no.
Your next speaker is Dan Sperduto. He'll be followed by David Schlereth.
Okay, thank you. Dan Sperduto here, and I speak in support of this ordinance. And do I get 4 minutes like the woman before me?
No.
I was just kidding. All right.
Matter of fact, 2.
All right. Fair enough, fair enough. Anyway, I come from a family of patriots, and veterans. My father, my son, my grandson, and 2 brothers, and like a lot of people in this room, we love our country. And we swore an oath, and so what we have found is that the rights found in our Bill of Rights are sacred, and they're supposed to be sacred. And over the past few years, the federal government has proven itself to be corrupt. And for anybody to think that we can count on the federal government to be passing proper dictates, they have their head in the sand somewhere. But I don't see it that way. As evidenced by the FBI guy, I'd like to shake his hand, but he left. The whistleblowers that are coming out in the droves exposing the government. So we love our country, but what's happened to our country is very sad, and that's what this ordinance is to protect us against. So whether it's in regard to illegal immigration, forced face diapers, preventing churches from opening, and much more, the federal government has gone beyond their scope of duties as delineated in the Constitution. All power comes from we the people. We have seen what happens out of our Marxist Washington, D.C. administration. We should have a balance of powers between the 3 branches of government. We should have that. We should have equal justice under the law. We should have that. But we don't. We don't have any of these. Therefore, it is up to the states and local governments to be that check and balance. Local and state governments need to stand strongly against government overreach and tyranny. Governor DeSantis has set an example for this with his actions against forced vaccinations and illegal aliens. My brother worked for Johnson & Johnson, forced to get the jab or lose his job. Now he has heart condition, all right? So many people, all over the place that's happening. So DeSantis stood up to that, so I applaud him for that. He also has effectively opposed the rogue federal government by sending their illegal aliens back to the Soros-backed open border crowd in the blue states. I applaud him for that. I believe the proposed ordinance will act as a check and balance against the federal government by providing consequences to individuals at the local level who go along with actions that violate the God-given natural rights of people. So with that, I'm just going to implore you to vote yes. Enough has been said from the other folks, but thank you.
All right, Commissioners, we move into the final 10. Your next speaker is David Schlereth, and he will be followed by Martha Kelly.
Hi, I'd like to thank the Board of Commissioners for allowing me to speak today. Thank you very much. I'm a Naples resident, and I applaud you for having the temerity to bring this proposed ordinance up again for discussion. And I would encourage you to vote in favor of it. We're a nation of laws, yes, and the Constitution. You know, we come back to the Second Amendment a lot as being one of the Bill of Rights. And, you know, recently, with the passage of New York State, you guys should be familiar with this, New York State Rifle and Pistol Association versus Bruin. It just passed, the great big Second Amendment case that many people in the Second Amendment community have been waiting for decades. Clarence Thomas gave a broad reaffirmation to the Second Amendment, specifically stated in there proper cause or good cause or having a requirement for somebody to fulfill a cause to prove that they should be allowed to carry a firearm. So it was completely unconstitutional. He also said it was unconstitutional to declare everywhere a sensitive place where you can't carry. He also said you can't use arbitrary criteria like good moral character. Who determines that? So this big case came out in favor of the Second Amendment. 8 days later, Governor Hochul and the New York legislature passed the Concealed Carry Improvement Act, which made a large portion of the state a sensitive place. Did exactly what Clarence Thomas said was unconstitutional in his ruling. 8 days after it came out. What are the people in New York State going to do? That's going to go through the courts again for another decade? 2 decades? I like to think something like this proposed ordinance is another check and balance that we desperately need to stop this overreach. Thank you very much for your time. Have a great day.
Your next speaker is Martha Kelly. She'll be followed on Zoom by Kate Tardif.
Hi, everybody. I want to thank all of the commissioners for even hearing this. And quite frankly, it's upsetting that we are even at a point in our country where it would be necessary for us to have this discussion, and it is. And the mere fact that we are having this discussion shows to me it is why I am supporting this Bill of Rights ordinance. All of us as children learned about the Constitution, and we sort of knew it rote. It was something we memorized. We didn't think much about it. We took for granted the rights that our Constitution provided. And our founding fathers wrote this near perfect document to rule millions, hundreds of millions of people, protecting their freedoms from tyranny. And the reason they were able to do it is based on thousands of years of history of other rule by men. And while we have this document, the Constitution, the enforcement, and when I use the word men, I mean mankind, it is up to men to uphold the Constitution. It is up to men to protect this country, mankind. And we see very clearly that the federal government, and by the way, the government, we keep the federal government. The government isn't a deity. The federal government is made up of men, just the way our local government is made up of mankind. Please know I include women in this. And you know what? Men can be corrupted. And men, the same things that ran mankind thousands of years ago, run them now. And that's what we're facing. So while we are very fortunate to be here in Collier County, protected by a great sheriff, by the very people, there isn't anyone in here that isn't wrong for believing what they believe. But we are in a situation where our government has turned against us, as far as I'm concerned, the federal government, the people running it. And until we can right that ship, and I don't know how we're going to do it because this is many years in the making, we need the extra protection. And Commissioner Kowal said it perfectly. This is upholding our Constitution. This is giving an opportunity to the citizens and the good people representing us to have an extra layer of protection. So I stand for it. I don't stand in opposite. Everybody has a right to believe it. But just one more thing. If I think I'm right, if we're right, the ones that want it, the people that are against it will be grateful that you passed it. And if we are wrong and you pass it, their lives won't change at all. So that's all. Thank you for the extra.
On Zoom, your next speaker is Kate Tardif, and then she will be followed by Jonathan Houlihan. Let's see, Kate, are you there? I think you have the ability to unmute yourself. There you are, Kate. You have 3 minutes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. You have 3 minutes.
Oh, great. Sorry. Pardon me. Oops. Let me get back to my place. Sorry. Let's see. There. Thank you, commissioners, for your service to Collier County. Wouldn't it be lovely if Collier County were more like Mayberry RFD? Sure, there were some wacky characters, but leadership emphasized long vision, wisdom, and good old-fashioned common sense. Like you, they made governance look easy. I speak today hoping you, our elected commissioners, recall lessons from your civics classes and draw wisdom and guidance from our Bill of Rights and our Constitution. You're the guardians of our individual and group freedoms. And when we hired you through our votes, we expected you would not fail us in America. This ordinance fights our Constitution. It fights our individual and collective rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. It defies our Constitution and Bill of Rights insofar as it positions itself above both. It is not for the common good. It's for a right to thumb its nose at laws, denying them what they wish were so. We need thoughtful, patient, smart, and wise leadership to keep Collier County safe. Again, Mr. Hall, your heartfelt reasons for launching this wolf in sheep's clothing is laudable, but there are better for all ways to get there. Fight the good fight. Do the hard work of leading with wisdom. If you still feel so strongly that this piece of work is right for the good citizens of Collier County, and it's what they want, then dare to put it to a vote. Put it on the 2024 ballot if you're so convinced that you are executing the will of the people and not just another power grab by a minority of rich rabble-rousers and anti-American groups such as Oath Keepers, Proud Boys, Ku Klux Klan, and should-be gun lobbyists. Speaking of guns, the last time I made mention of guns was when describing a friend who'd announced his eagerness for the bill to pass so he could get his license to carry a gun again. He hadn't been able to get his license for the past 20 years. Don't you wonder why? This ordinance does not guarantee gun rights. That's true. But that's not the point. The point is people believe what they believe, and they think this is a gun rights bill. There's nothing sanctuary about that. This ordinance does not protect our sacred rights, does expose us to lawsuits that we, the voters and citizens, will be expected to bear, and will result in more incidents of lost innocent life. What do you expect will happen when a boundariesless, make-it-up-as-you-go policing strategy is released like Pandora's box of woes on the streets of Naples and all Collier County? In conclusion, I ask you to seriously look again at your rationale for why those of you who think this is a good thing for Collier County could ever be a good thing for Collier County. Thank you.
Your next speaker is Jonathan Houlihan, and he will be followed by Ray Nord. Mr. Houlihan, I see you're unmuted. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Thank you to the Board of County Commissioners for the opportunity to speak in support of the Bill of Rights Sanctuary Ordinance. I'm the General Counsel and Director of Legal Operations for Citizens Defending Freedom, a nonpartisan organization with chapters in Florida, Texas, and Georgia. We stand for liberty, we stand for the rule of law, and we stand for the United States and state constitutions where we operate. From a legal and constitutional law analysis, I concur and adopt the superb comments laid forth by Ms. Hauser. Therefore, what I offer in my comments is perspective. I spent 13 years on active duty as a naval officer in JAG, serving in both Iraq and Afghanistan combat theaters. While in Afghanistan, I served with the Navy SEAL team as part of a Special Operations Task Force. I cooperated with local government officials, partner forces, and village elders to assist in building the rule of law to provide a basic foundation of civil liberties for their people, and in turn stabilize the nation to meet the mission of Operation Enduring Freedom. Afghanistan did not, and certainly no longer has a history and tradition of respect for individual liberty or the rule of law. Despite the best efforts of the United States to assist the people of Afghanistan, the lack of individual liberty often resulted in tragedy for the tribe or family that was not aligned with the local warlord or shadow Taliban governance. Afghans were often murdered for the words they said, the God they chose to worship, or who they loved. To juxtapose that perspective and experience I had in Afghanistan, from the founding of our republic, our Bill of Rights stands for the proposition that liberties of a nation can only continue to be secured by citizens of firm conviction who understand the value and defend them from all encroachments. This ordinance is not controversial. In fact, it clearly defines and cites Supreme Court precedent, the separation of powers doctrine within the federal government, but also recognizes the dual sovereignty status of the United States and the state of Florida. The founders never envisioned that courts would be the driver of all law and policy, particularly when considering the singular federal court, the Supreme Court, as listed in Article 3. The founders envisioned that Congress, state legislative bodies, and yes, county commissioners are meant to be constitutionalists. But what happens when checks and balances are off kilter? The ordinance recognizes the Florida Constitution and that all political power is inherent in the people and supports the legitimate and lawful authority of Collier County as a local governance representative of the people, by the people, and for the people. The ordinance reflects respect for the rule of law, including checks and balances provided by courts of competent jurisdiction. This ordinance is a restatement and reaffirmation of principles of the United States of America as a constitutional republic. It guarantees and formally adopts civil rights and liberties to the individual at the local level, like freedom of speech, press, and religion. These liberties are foundational to our form of government, an oath of office that I took and that you have taken to support and defend the United States Constitution. This ordinance stands for the notion that we are a nation of laws and not of men. This ordinance recognizes that our forefathers pledged their lives, their fortunes, and their sacred honor to secure our liberty as enshrined in the Bill of Rights. This ordinance honors the sacrifice made by our service members on the beaches of Normandy, the jungles of Vietnam, and the streets of Fallujah, Iraq. In conclusion, this is an opportunity for the Board of County Commissioners to stand on the principle that despite many backgrounds, political beliefs, or systems that are represented, all Americans, by the unalterable and unalienable laws of God and nature, are well entitled to these inherent and essential liberties. Citizens Defending Freedom unequivocally supports this issue, and I urge the Board of County Commissioners to reflect on what this ordinance represents, rise above the political fodder, and cast a unanimous vote in support of passage. Thank you very much.
Your next speaker is Ray Nord, and he'll be followed by David Milstein. Mr. Nord, you're being prompted to unmute yourself if you'll do so at this time. Okay, Mr. Nord, can you unmute yourself? There you are,
Yes,
sir.
sir.
You have 3 minutes, sir. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you very much. Thank you, commissioners, for the opportunity to address you once again. I have recently written to all of you to express my opposition to this ordinance and to request that you vote no. Many of the reasons for voting no have been iterated by many of the prior speakers, and I don't want to rehash all of those. But And by the way, Commissioner Hall, I live in your district, and while it's very commendable that you wish to fulfill a campaign promise, this is not about you. I'm sorry to say, this is not about you. This is about all of us. This was a bad idea 2 years ago, and it's still a bad idea. It is essentially the same argument that was brought then, and nothing that I see has been done to address any of the problem or most of the problems that were attendant upon the last proposal of this ordinance. All of the speakers speaking today have addressed various aspects of this, various ways of looking at it. But what I gather out of a whole day's worth of testimony is that a good many of these people do not understand what this proposed ordinance does. And following on 2 years ago, it's still unclear as who decides what is and what is not constitutional. Furthermore, how do you execute, who executes, and how do you execute any action under this ordinance? That has not been addressed, except to say that we still rely on the courts to do this. And 2 years ago, when this was brought up, there were impediments to getting this into the court system. I urge all of you to review the testimony given by some very wise people last time that says this is a non-starter. You can't go to a court that has sworn to uphold the Constitution and then challenge the Constitution without having some avenue to do that. It hasn't been clear from any of the testimony how you do that. Furthermore, 2 years ago, there was a lot of discussion about the fact that you, the commissioners, and any other government employee who tries to execute under this ordinance opens themselves up to serious liabilities, legal and financial liabilities. And I've seen nothing that addresses how that might be resolved. Now, Article 3 of the Constitution is what the framers established to protect citizens' rights, and explicitly along the lines of the 10 and now 27 amendments to the Constitution. They aren't always clear. They require interpretation because the world has changed. And as it changes, everything is open to some form of definition that is being expressed in opinions. We rely on the court system to do that. And I think this proposal, this ordinance, is redundant to the processes that are currently in place. Furthermore, I think you as the commissioners have much more important work to do. There are a host of problems that you are working on: the environment, healthcare, safety, transportation, infrastructure, affordable housing. All of these are in the vision statement that you follow. But
sir,
this
please
is not
sum
one
up.
for
Please sum up. Thank you.
I'm just going to say, please vote no. Thank you.
Your next speaker is David Milstein, and he will be followed by Sue Bookbinder. David, you're being prompted on mute. There you have. You have 3 minutes, sir.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I'm David Milstein. I live in Collier County. I've been a lawyer for 53 years, and most of that time I've specialized in civil rights. I also taught the course in law school. But this isn't really about the law, the resolution, the ordinance that's presently before you. I want to look at it from a more pragmatic point of view, and that is the first point being that this does not create any new rights or remedies for anybody. Whatever rights, whatever remedies have been created by the Bill of Rights and interpreted by the courts remains exactly the same, whether this ordinance gets passed or not. So all this ordinance really does is interpose the county into the potential midst of a litigation fight. So you pass the ordinance, and then somebody comes to the sheriff and says, my rights are being violated, do this. And the sheriff does that, and it turns out to be wrong. You get sued, you pay your own attorney a lot of money, and you end up paying counsel fees as well. Or if the sheriff says, no, I'm not going to do it, and he turns out to be wrong, you're going to get sued again, and you're going to pay counsel fees, and you're going to pay the other side's counsel fees as well. So all this really does is move the county into that position of being a target defendant. And why the county would want to do that, I just haven't got a clue. It'll make a lot of money for plaintiffs' counsels who do this kind of work, but it's going to come out of the taxpayer's pocket. One of the commissioners a couple of hours ago even intimated that that's what the primary concern was. Why put the county in the path of litigation when no new rights are being created and there are plenty of other avenues for the people to have their rights enforced? So I suggest to you, strictly from a pragmatic standpoint, you stay out of this and let what remedies exist, and keep the county out of the path of litigation. Thanks so much for your attention.
Your next speaker is Sue Bookbinder. She'll be followed by Tamra Mitchell. Sue, you're being prompted to unmute yourself if you'll do so at this time. There you are. Sue, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. I'm Sue Bookbinder, as was just said. My educational background is in government, economics, and industrial relations. I'm originally from New York City, where I lived and worked in those fields until moving to Naples about 20 years ago. In all that time, I've been as adamant as ever about defending our Constitution and Bill of Rights. After hearing about this ordinance, I am amazed and it confuses me, and maybe some of you can help me understand and clear up my confusion. Since when does a local entity have the ability to nullify federal law or lawful federal orders? And don't the federal government's orders supersede the counties? I always was taught that. And does everything like this ordinance how does anything like this ordinance get to the commissioner's desk in the first place when it's unlawful and not representative of the decisions of the whole country? Why are we asking our commissioners to vote for something that is obviously the thinking of a tiny subset of our voting people? Are we trying to change our revered Bill of Rights and Constitution via a county ordinance? That doesn't make any sense to me. Please vote no on this issue. Please vote no. Thank you.
Your next speaker is Tamra Mitchell, and she will be followed by Dana Goodnow. Tamra, you're being prompted to unmute yourself if you'll do that at this time, and you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, County Commissioners. My name is Tamra Mitchell, and I apologize for my voice as I'm just getting over COVID. I'm a resident of Collier County and a retired attorney. The New York attorney who drafted this ordinance said the purpose of the ordinance is to prevent the county from carrying out unconstitutional federal laws and programs. But that makes no sense, as any unconstitutional law, federal or otherwise, is unenforceable by its nature. By passing the unnecessary ordinance, it sends a message that Collier County will somehow take a special role in helping its citizens avoid federal laws and orders they don't like. As Commissioner Saunders said, that's not their job, and that's not the message he wants to send. The real question, as so many people have said, is who gets to make the determination that a federal law or order is unconstitutional, and how is this done? The ordinance appears to give this power to the sheriff. When asked earlier today how he'd enforce the ordinance, the sheriff was rather vague, saying he'd take action and that maybe he'd have to go to court. The ordinance itself doesn't give him any guidance, maybe because that would be unconstitutional. As many other speakers have told you, Article 3 of the Constitution established a federal judicial system to hear constitutional issues. That's a specific power granted exclusively to the federal courts. Any citizen who believes their constitutional rights have been violated can go to the federal courts for relief, not to the county sheriff. Our great system of government already protects all Americans against unconstitutional federal laws. There is no need to declare Collier County a sanctuary from such. On the other hand, the proposed ordinance does absolutely nothing to protect the people of Collier County because it's illegal. The sheriff cannot simply declare laws he or she disagrees with to be unconstitutional. That is the law as stated in our Constitution and unanimously decided under Cooper versus Aaron since 1958, and it's still the law today. So what will happen if you pass this illegal, unnecessary ordinance? The drafting attorney dismissed our concerns about the practical effects as silly. You be the judge. The ordinance expressly states that Collier County declares itself, quote, free from the commanding hand of the federal government, unquote, by being able to declare federal laws and orders null and void. The ramifications from this statement are potentially vast. How can businesses operate in the uncertainty resulting from not knowing whether to follow federal laws or orders declared unconstitutional by the sheriff? Why give insurance companies another reason to refuse to cover our county's property? Why jeopardize federal funding and grants, including hurricane relief, that could be refused due to Collier County's express refusal to be bound by federal law? There are also the countless lawsuits that the ordinance expressly promotes by stating that any citizen who believes a county employee, including the commissioners, I suppose, is violating their constitutional rights, they can be sued for damages, court costs, and attorney fees. The list goes on and on. I heard Commissioner Hall say that he was elected on his promise to pass such an ordinance. Even so, once elected, you all took an oath to uphold the law and our Constitution. You all reaffirmed your allegiance to the Constitution in a resolution you passed in 2021. So knowingly passing an unconstitutional, illegal ordinance would violate that oath, as well as your duty of fiscal responsibility owed to all your constituents for the financial fallout that results. For these reasons, I strongly urge you to vote no on the proposed ordinance. Thank you.
Commissioners, your final registered public speaker on this item is Dana Goodnow. Dana, you're being prompted to unmute yourself. You were for a second. Dana, are you there? There you are. Dana, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Chairman, for scheduling this time for me to support Collier County as Bill of Rights sanctuary. This ordinance recognizes the foundations of limited government. Our founders understood that lesser magistrates are very great governors or checks on power. If passed, it will be an important stay on a very bad trend in this country. Today, we see federal agencies defy law and allow our border to be overrun. Then counties all over the country declaring sanctuary for those very lawbreakers. These counties offer a pretense by changing words or definitions of words to deceive, and they do so with mass media coverage in order to shape public outlook. Yet oddly, they reverse themselves later, making a mockery of the entire thing and sending illegal aliens they mislabel as migrants to targeted areas in the country. This ordinance supports you and announces that our county seat will defend its citizens against federal, state, and even global government neglect or overreach. Our exercise of this proposal is not optional. Many of us, including yourselves, are bound by oath to keep and defend the Constitution. What's not commonly understood is our federal Constitution is written to strictly limit federal power, so we the people remain free. The Bill of Rights were not given to us by government, but rather by God. They are God-given rights protected by government. And there are new reports that the Fed has another mask mandate rollout confirmed by retailers and TSA for mid-September, it's alleged. Hopefully our voices can stop that, but nevertheless, with this ordinance, it will help. The founders remind us our duty is eternal vigilance. This ordinance serves as a posted notice that we, the people of Collier County, are calibrating the scales of justice and empower our county to uphold the law. It's refreshing and necessary in an era of rampant global disregard of sovereignty. Please pass this today with glad hearts. We're asking you to be performative in duty, not theater like the other counties I mentioned earlier. In a time when so many are fearful, subversive, or mistaken about our government structure, it's necessary to reiterate with all confidence right thinking to rebuild the people's trust with the loveliest, most peaceful, reasonable doctrine inspired of God, our precious republic. Thank you, gentlemen. I really appreciate you.
And that is it, Mr. Chairman, all of our comment.
Okay. Here's what I'd like to do. We've covered a lot of ground today. I don't need commissioners to light up because I think everybody here should make a closing statement before we have any emotion or anything. So here's what I propose. Commissioner Hall, you brought this ordinance forward, so I think you should have the floor first, and then I'm just going to go down the line like I always do. Then Commissioner McDaniel, if you'd like to say something afterwards, then I'll go to Commissioner Cole, we'll go to Commissioner Saunders, then I'll make a statement as well, and then Commissioner Hall, I'll go back to you to make a motion and see if we have a second. So, that sound fair to everybody? Okay, Commissioner Hall, the floor is yours, sir.
Thank you, Chairman. I just want to keep it simple. This is an ordinance that's going to back the people, that says Collier County will honor the Constitution, will honor the Bill of Rights, will honor every federally constitutional law that comes down. If anything comes down that is deemed unconstitutional or that is obvious that is not constitutional, the people have the rights to fight back. The people give the federal government power. The federal government does not tell the people what to do. That's the way our country was framed. That's the way it is. This has nothing to do with nullification. To the one reverend that said this is not, it's not common sense. You have to go through the judicial system and go through years of deciding. No. If the federal government told her she had to shut her church down and she couldn't preach the good news of Jesus Christ or Judaism or whatever her church is, that's common sense. That is a direct violation. It doesn't take anybody to figure that out. This ordinance is simple. We're gonna back and live just like the framers intended us to do. We're not looking to nullify, to pick. I don't even want to go there. I've already said it. It's a simple thing. It's very legal. It's very moral, and I hope that my colleagues join me in voting for it.
Commissioner McDaniel.
I haven't changed my mind from 2 years ago. I believe that this is a reaffirmation of the Constitution and the Bill of Rights. I believe that it's an additional protection for the citizens of Collier County. I don't think it takes away from the rights that our citizens currently already have. And I'm in support. Our sheriff, our congressmen, our legislators we're in support of it, still are in support of it, and so am I.
Commissioner Colwell.
I'll reiterate that, like I said earlier, we're supporting the Constitution and we're supporting these 10 Bill of Rights. And you look at the language in the Bill of Rights, and it says in there specifically where the laws are made and how the laws are made and who can uphold the laws and who can't uphold the laws. I mean, and our sheriff said, and he answered in question asked and answered, this doesn't mean we're not going to abide by federal laws. If there's a federal law that has been bound and legislated and is written and passed and is written and came down in law, it has a statute, and if somebody violates that statute and it meets elements of that statute, and there is probable cause, just like any other criminal violation, they will be served. But that doesn't mean they're guilty. And that's when the courts come into play. This is more or less to protect you from us. This is just basically saying, us as a body at this level, when things come down and aren't actual laws, that aren't already been ratified laws, that are already in existence, that have elements to them, that we have an opportunity to look at this, or an executive order or a policy coming from an agency. And the perfect example, and I have to keep going back to it, was this pandemic. And as much as people don't like to look at it, that was a perfect example of why we have to have a check and balance of us. This is not about you, this is about us. We're the only ones that can violate your constitutional law, is your government. We're the ones that will violate it. And this then makes us look and double check what decisions we're about ready to make that is not connected to a federal law or a state law. And yes, there's perfect examples where the state can do things where the federal government does not believe. I mean, the federal DEA, a Schedule I narcotic is a cannabis. A Schedule I narcotic means, according to the federal government, it has no municipal use. It is illegal to obtain and use in the United States of America. But then the state of Florida has medical marijuana. Colorado has municipal marijuana. Are you saying they're flying in the face of the federal government in their own statute? No. They challenged it. and they won. And they got the laws passed in their states, and they live by those laws. And it's no different. We have, I think it was asked and answered already of how is it going to be carried out. This is going to go down as an ordinance, which is a misdemeanor. If somebody feels that we up here made a decision following some sort of ordinance or some sort of handed down memo or executive order from a higher government than us, and we just blindly follow that and not look at the constitutionality of it, then yes, they have a right to go to the sheriff and say, I think my right was violated by the actions of the Collier County Commission. And if they feel that it makes any elements of that, and it is unconstitutional decision that we made, then yes, they have a right to file a misdemeanor case, and then it'll go through the system just like anything else. Then it'll have to be proven beyond a reasonable doubt, because that's what crimes have to be proven, not probable cause. Probable cause gives you the right to file the crime, or probable cause gives you the right to place the charges, but does not mean you're committed to crime. We all have to understand it. And the government is the only one that can take these rights away from you, not the citizens. And this is just what it is. It's just a check and balance on us as we move forward, and maybe not us, but boards in the future. Because then in the boards in the future, when they are faced with another pandemic or epidemic, and they have to make decisions that might violate your constitutional rights, they would have to reverse this ordinance. And they would have to come out publicly and say, I don't believe in the 10th Bill of Rights. I don't believe in the Constitution. And that would contradict their oath they had to take to have this seat. So that is just, this is pretty as simple as it can be in my mind, is that that's what I believe we're doing with this ordinance, is actually holding us to task to make sure we do exactly what we took our oath to do. And that's how I believe I have to support this moving forward.
Commissioner Saunders.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think I'm kind of in the lonely position of being on the end of the decision that is not going to be the way I vote. That's what I'm trying to say. I think this is a well-intended exercise. I think this is a well-intended ordinance. But I don't think it's, number one, I don't think it's necessary. But number two, my concern is it really sends the wrong message to the public. We just had a gentleman up here a few moments ago talking about gun rights and what's happened in New York State. He apparently is under the impression that this ordinance will give him some rights to deal with federal rules that may come out of Washington dealing with gun issues. We don't have any jurisdiction to deal with the gun issue. The state legislature has made that very clear. We can't, if he came to us and said, listen, there's a federal law in the books now that says that you have to register in some way that I believe is a violation of my constitutional rights, I don't want that enforced in Collier County. He may have that ability or that thought that we can do that, but we can't. We don't have that authority. I tend to be kind of a purist when it comes to dealing with county government. We have certain areas that we have legal authority to deal with. Roads, water, sewer, all of those types of municipal issues. We have statutes that deal with what our authority is, and we do not have the authority to determine if a rule or regulation from the federal government is constitutional. We don't have that ability, we don't have that authority, and we're sending a message to the public that yes, we do. And I understand where Commissioner Colwell is coming from, that we want to, obviously we don't want to be doing things ourselves that are unconstitutional, but we just don't have the ability to determine whether a federal rule or federal law, a federal program, using the terms of this ordinance, violates or unreasonably restricts, impedes, or impinges upon the individual constitutional rights. I don't know what that means. And we had one speaker who talked about how this seems to be a mixture of civil stuff and criminal stuff. And the reason that it seems to be a mixture of that is because it's all mixed in here. We have this civil issue and we have this criminal issue here. So I can't support this ordinance as drafted. I absolutely support and would defend the Constitution of the United States and would strive to protect the constitutional rights of our citizens. But I don't believe this is the right way to do it, and I think it sends the wrong message. So, Mr. Chairman, even though I think this is well intended, I can't support it.
Thank you, sir. I made a lot of notes here, so I want to be heard as well. First, I thank all citizens for your views, your passion, your patriotism, and most of all, your professionalism today. I think the way that we ran our meeting is the way that our founding fathers would have wanted it. We had great discussion, people on opposing views, but hopefully we walk out this door regardless of the vote, respecting each other and being thankful that we're Americans. After weighing all the input in 2021, I voted for this ordinance without hesitation. It failed 3-2, and I was very disappointed. Now, 2 years later, I remained wide open and available to all citizens and organizations to hear their views, and I have for months. I don't believe this ordinance nullifies federal laws that we don't like. It's a preparatory step that, as has been said, has the citizens' backs and allows us to strengthen our ability to merely question federal law if or when we feel our federal government is overreaching outside of their authority. This ordinance does not give anyone autonomous authority. Our streets won't be lawless. Lawsuits are always possible with any vote. However, that should never dictate our ability to do what we think is right. This doesn't make us a lawless county, as some people said, but I feel it makes us a law-focused one. I believe in limiting government overreach. I believe in citizen rights. I believe in the protection of citizen freedoms. There is a lot of misinformation on this topic, and I believe we heard some of it today. Not with any kind of ill intention, but obviously people who feel different ways. As has been said, I believe nothing changes unless something changes, as has been said. This is merely a preparatory step, if ever needed. As Sheriff Ramboss said, this reemphasizes his mission, authority, and oath, but he's not the decision maker. I'm a 24-year Air Force veteran. As a commissioner, I protect rights. As a veteran, I fought for them. Nobody needs to remind me of my oath as a commissioner or the meaning and intention of the Bill of Rights or Constitution. I've listened. I've been accessible in and out of my office for months. I've communicated with all sides. I don't negatively judge those who disagree with me. But I was proud to vote for this in 2021 without hesitation. And after careful reconsideration, I have 0 reservations this time, and I'm proud to support it again. It's been said, lead, follow, or get out of the way. I'm not nervous or disappointed that we will be the first county in Florida to pass this ordinance. I'm actually proud of it. Commissioner Hall?
I move to approve the Sanctuary Bill of Rights for Collier County.
Do I have a second? Second. I have a motion by Commissioner Hall and a second by Commissioner McDaniel. All in favor? Aye. Aye. Opposed? Aye. It passes 4-1. Okay, what I would like to do now is just take a break. So we still have a lot of business at the county. So if you don't want to hear any of that business, you're free to leave, and we will reconvene at 5 o'clock.
There you go.
We're going to get started in about 2 minutes, so if you don't want to be part of the next set of votes, appreciate
Not till November. Well, I got
exiting on time.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you, Don.
Can you leave?
What's that? No, I don't think, no, you didn't leave. No, it's right here.
Like it's on
Your paperwork.
No, I know.
That was over.
Yeah. No, I just had him turn it on so I can make that announcement to get everybody out of here.
Yes, yes, his is on.
Yeah, just keep him on. We got a minute, and then we'll.
I was cracking my neck with my eyes closed. I hope they didn't take a picture of me so I fall asleep. Like, let's see. It's crazy. All right. There's nobody here.
I'd like to make a motion to reconsider the vote that we just took on the ordinance.
There's 100 sheriffs outside this building right now wreaking havoc on Collier County.
And a good chair would have called it failed for no second.
Contrary to popular belief, we do have more business, and we don't just vote on and talk about one thing. So we do have a few things to sort of clean up here. County Manager is 11E next.
Yes, sir. Item 11E, formerly 16A7, is a recommendation to approve an agreement for sale and purchase with 1 William Joseph Scaley Jr. and Martha L. Scaley, 2 Patricia E. McGinnis and Stanley E. Magner, 3 Maricel Elu Fontella, and 4 Delicina Tagora and Amy Tagora under the Conservation Collier Land Acquisition Program at a cost not to exceed $146,815. This item is brought to the agenda by Commissioner LaCastro's request, and Ms. Jamie Cook, your Director of Development Review, is here to present or
Okay,
answer.
so I only pulled it because I wanted to hear Amy read all those names. This doesn't need discussion, okay? I only pulled this really to just have maybe a little healthy, short little discussion. Conservation Collier lots are going to come to us a lot. This isn't about me talking about sour grapes, about Marco or anything like that. But I will say that our clerk of courts, in her notes, she almost wrote verbatim of what I had in mind, and when we met, it was something that really jumped out at me, and I thought it was just worthy of discussion. You know, my view on Conservation Collier is that it's not a real estate deal. It's not about us just buying land. It's about finding pieces of property that have, environmental fragility, that have, different species of animals that are endangered or what have you, or all of the above. It's not just about sort of making a land grab. And I realize it runs the gamut. These particular parcels here, and we talked about it at our last meeting, it's great to see that the motion, and it was something that I actually had brought forward, and we all agreed to it, and said, just because the appraised value is a certain amount doesn't mean that's what we have to settle for. So it's nice to see that on the appraised value, these owners agreed to a price slightly less, because any money that we can save might allow us to secure an extra lot down the road, or maybe several. But as I look at the map, and I'm not here to question, these lots. These come forward from Conservation Collier. I don't want to say like it looks like we're buying swampland, but I didn't see a big deep dive saying, oh my God, all these lots are covered with burrowing owls and gopher tortoises and full of panthers. And that's not to say all the lots that should be purchased under Conservation Collier need to be that environmentally heavy. But I just think, just for the record, I just wanted to say, I hope we continue to do our due diligence when it comes to Conservation Collier, because the $25 million can be spent very quickly, especially if we if we have expensive lots like some of the other ones that we have purchased in the past or not purchased, these aren't very expensive lots, but I sort of question their importance. It does help put together a puzzle piece. If you look at with what the clerk of courts gave us, no question, it helps sort of give some cohesiveness to some lots that we already own. And I'm sure it also has to, and I know it also has to do with water movement and all kinds of other things. So it's not that they're useless pieces of land that we're just buying up. But I just, ask my colleagues that when these come to us, let's make sure that it's not a first come, first serve, that we can turn down some things if we don't think that it's a valuable investment in our environment and in the protection of our different species, because once we spend the money, if some lots then come to us afterwards and are full of panthers, full of tortoises, and we don't have the funds, it's going to be really disappointing that maybe we didn't spend the money wisely. And so I didn't want to have a huge discussion. Ms. Cook, definitely don't need a presentation unless my colleagues do. But I thought what Ms. Kinzel sort of outlined, and I'm sure you all read her comments, I thought they really had a lot of merit. And like I said, it mirrored where some things that I had flagged where I thought, it's not just a matter of, wow, let's buy these lots because we can get them cheaper than what the people are, or what the lot was appraised for. And I'm not saying that's exactly what we're doing, but it just reminded me that every time we vote on the purchase of lots, I hope it's because it has a heavy environmental value and not just that, we bought more land and we happen to get it for a discounted price. And, it was in an area where there, everything around here has some sort of environmental impact value. But some stuff has it more than others. And I think when it comes to Conservation Collier, the spirit of that program is that we're zeroing in on lots that we're truly trying to protect in perpetuity for very, very specific environmental and wildlife reasons. I'm not so sure on these particular lots it's that heavy. I'm not saying it's 0%, but I had some of the same concerns that our clerk of courts did. And so I just thought I would pull it to see if anybody had any discussion. I'm not here to vote no or shoot it down in any way, but just to sort of raise those points. So Commissioner McDaniel and then Commissioner Colwell.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a couple of points, and I'm bringing it up now. I've had some discussion with our staff. You brought forward some really good points. I mean, the subjectivity that's involved with environmental sensitivity is a perilous path because there are everything's environmentally sensitive. I have advocated forever for property rights and the protection of those property rights. And one of the things when I shared with Crystal Kinzel, our clerk, yesterday, she and I talked similarly with regard. It's difficult to remember that these acquisitions are target protection zones. We're not just throwing darts at a map and somebody shows up and hands us a piece of property and says, here, buy my land. They're zones. There are areas that are target protection zones that are delineated for our staff to focus their energies on advertising and seeking acquisition of these lands. I know particularly, I don't know which one of these four, it's part of a, I think they call it the Horse Pen Strand up on the northeast side of Golden Gate. What is it?
It's two of these properties, Panther Walk Preserve. Panther
Walk Preserve. And I remember, because we've got another development coming at us in the northeast called the 846 Land Trust, the Immokalee Road Rural Villages is what it's known as now. There is a large wildlife corridor up there on the north end of that property that's been established and basically protected by the developer. And one of the things that we're going to have a discussion about coming forward is wildlife crossing over that canal that runs up the east side of that piece of property. And also, potentially a weir and a pump station and things to help us manage flood circumstances, have water quality, maybe have some rehydration into the Corkscrew Sanctuary area as well. So there's a whole bunch of things that could come from that. But more specifically myself, and since you pulled it, I'm going to get to talk about it publicly, is I've had some discussions, not moving forward so much, but I'd like to see us give consideration at some stage to transferable development right program within Golden Gate Estates itself, to allow for private because each one of these properties is developable. You have to mitigate in the event, depending on the environmental sensitivity of the property, you have to mitigate in order to build your home. But you can build a home if you own a lot in Golden Gate Estates. You can do it. It just costs more. And so one of my thoughts were to develop a TDR program to incentivize property owners to not build, reducing the density further, and especially in the rural Golden Gate Estates, and allow for those development rights similarly to the Rural Fringe Mixed Use District and the RLSA to transfer away from the more environmentally sensitive lands to urban areas where we have better infrastructure and so on and so forth. And then when developers come to us and want extra density because they're nice or they're going to provide a certain level of housing affordability, we're actually literally transferring property rights that are already existent. We're not just increasing density on the premise of housing affordability or just giving more density. So the conversation I'd like to see us going forward is explore that transferable development right. It would then provide an additional benefit for Conservation Collier. One of the things within the existing ordinance of Conservation Collier is the development rights are extinguished when Conservation Collier buys that property. And this would allow for an additional benefit for those development rights to be consumed by a developer. And then those monies come back into Conservation Collier to help us with our perpetual, because once we buy a piece of property, we own it. Unless we deem it to be accessory, and then we can put it up for sale, of course, but we have to maintain it. Exotic removal, so on and so forth, public access, depending on where it is and how we can get to it and such. So it's just, my thoughts are I was pleased that you pulled it, but I wanted to bring that point, and if there is consensus for us to have a look at that, I'd like to explore that with our staff to see if it's something that we could pursue. I see it as a benefit both for the property rights that are existent as well as for Conservation Collier to receive additional benefits. These 4 lots come with the right to build 4 homes. And so we would then have an additional value to be able to receive revenues for those development rights back into Conservation Collier and utilize those funds back into the perpetual maintenance side.
Commissioner Colwell and then Commissioner Hall.
Thank you, Chairman. Yeah, when I saw this myself, I had a conversation with the clerk of courts, and 2 of these parcels on here kind of looked wonky and out of alignment with what we've already had going over there. And and I started looking at it and thinking to myself, these are considered Cycle 11 A-list properties, which typically when they make the A-list, these are the cream of the crop. These are the most environmentally, important ones, because there's other ones on the list that don't make A-list. Is that correct?
Correct.
So, and a few of these are out there kind of on an island that we have no guarantee we'll ever have connectivity with what we already own or what we're already trying to achieve in these areas. You mentioned Panther Strand, Panther Walk. And, 2 of them I see there's some connectivity, which I can understand. That would, to me, would stick out and say, oh, this is probably should be on the A list. So I don't know, the exact formula they're using for this A list or what, but then you have properties in these graphs that are highlighted with yellow outlines. Are these ones that are on the list that didn't make the A list, or are these ones that are still in process, or?
So if
Do you have that graph?
I
that's on
do.
there?
There you go.
So Commissioner, the properties highlighted in green are properties already owned by Conservation Collier. The ones outlined in yellow are ones that purchase agreements, we're working through the purchase agreements to bring forward to actually acquire. And then the one outlined in red is the subject property for this particular property owner.
Yeah, and that's what, kind of what I was looking at. The example, the one in red is just kind of on an island. It doesn't connect to the one above it or the one to the right of it to create any kind of like cohesive flow of water or anything. But then you have the ones where we already own properties that are in yellow that are connected to other larger parcels that we already own and as part of the program. To me, were those on an A list, but we just haven't gotten to them, or?
So Panther Walk Preserve is one of the newer preserves, the target protection mailing areas that Commissioner McDaniel was referring to. So this is the newest one, that area that we're targeting. So we've acquired the least amount of property in this area so far, but we are continuing to send out the mailings and work with those property owners that do wish to sell to Conservation Collier.
Okay, so then the other graph, I don't know if you have the other one, that we have a larger mass of green there, that one there. And you see the one that's yellow but outlined in red. I believe that's one of the ones on this list.
Correct, yes.
Right. So we don't have anything connected to that at this point.
So not currently. The one across the street is working through the process, and just to the north.
I guess what I'm trying to say is that, we consider these A-lists, and when I saw some of the A-lists in the past, I mean, they had distinct, either endangered species, things like that, or already in an area that made some sense, that it was just building on what we already had. And I guess my question is, this program's been in effect for 10 years already. I think it was re-elected or voted again on the ballot in 2020, I think.
Correct.
Mm-hmm.
So we're looking at another 10 years. I just don't want to see that we're just putting things on there just to put them on there because the program's in effect. I guess I'm just trying to get some clarity of the.
So I think there's 4 target protection areas: Panther Walk, Robert Gore Preserve, Winchester Head, and Red Maple Swamp. And those have historically always been on the A list for staff to engage with property owners in those areas. So that's why they've stayed.
Itself, correct. The area itself makes it the A list.
Correct.
It's not that this particular property came before their board for evaluation. It's, this is going to be an A list property.
Correct.
Versus one that could be 3 streets down.
Correct. Yeah, it's
Okay,
because
all right.
it's
that gives me some clarity then, because the area itself, we consider that, regardless of what we can obtain, is considered an A list within that area.
Correct.
Okay, that clarifies it for me. And like what Commissioner McDaniel, just brought up, I mean, if we do buy some of these lots that are out on an island and we see no future of ever using them or having connectivity, is there a position that in the future that we can, put some provision or some language to say, hey, this is never going to be part of it. We're beyond it ever, these people don't want to sell between the two and have the opportunity to sell it and put that money back into the program for things that we are on the hook to do for the rest of its being, the properties we already own, for maintenance and things like that. So, yeah, I kind of like that idea. That's, moving forward, but I guess that's going to take more than just this discussion, so. But thank you for that clarity, because I wanted to get some clarity on that it's the area itself that makes it an A-list property, not just the fact that we looked at each property individually and put it on the A-list.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Hall.
So if we go the TDR route, what is the rate per acre or whatever?
Yeah, don't go there yet.
Yeah.
I mean, I will, if it's the will of the board and you want me to explore it, I'll work on it,
No, I
and
was
come
just
up with a
curious,
formula.
Is that something does the county pay that to the landowner to transfer the rights? Or
No, no.
Where does that money come from?
Well, the money comes from the value, in my brain, the money comes from the value of the property rights that are existent. Just using this one that's here on the map right now, that's a 75-foot track. They can build a home. And then metrics could be developed to determine the transferability of that out of here we know this is an environmentally sensitive area.
Right.
This, the Panther Preserve's out here. It's a known travel corridor for for animals to get over into the North Bell Mead and such. So we could develop a metrics of the value of that to a developer in the urban area. Before you became a commissioner, One Naples was a development that came that asked for extra density. I don't recall there being any housing affordability in that project, but there was a increase in density. And so rather than just bequeath extra units, we could say, sure, you want extra units? Here are development rights that are already existing in our community, and the cost is X.
So does the developer pay?
Yes,
Okay.
it would then pay Conservation Collier and/or even a property owner that was within the estates or within these areas. At which point then, if that right is stripped by a private property owner and sold, then it would reduce the cost for Conservation Collier's acquisition.
Sure, that's what I was asking about. Because to me, some of these lots are just willy-nilly exit strategies for something that's never can be built on.
Well, they all can be, and that's where the clarity is they all can be built on. It just depends on how much you can
Right.
afford. I mean, the mitigation is possible on everything.
I'd be willing to have the other conversation.
Sure.
Okay, good. Can you go back, can I, did you unlight me? Go back to the previous map. I just wanted to repeat just for a second. There's a picture here that's really clear, and for Commissioner Kowal's sake, this is part of a bigger picture. If you look at the entire area, aerial photo of this area, this Panther Walk Preserve goes up across Immokalee Road through a very environmentally sensitive flowway north on the eastern side of that first rural village we approved called Bright Shores, and then comes down, and just on the south of the old Big Island mine there, that's the lakes that are there up in the north or on the left-hand side of this picture. Those lakes right there, that whole area where whoever's running the arrow, that's a preserve area that the developers set aside for corridor of travel. They also gave us right away over on Immokalee Road to the west of this, and along that the eastern boundary of the Immokalee rural villages there is a canal that runs all the way up 3/4 of the way through the old Big Island mine as well. That's on that southeast corner of the Big Island mine is where I was proposing the wildlife crossing. It is proposed. I think there was some discussion at some stage that the developer might want to remove that wildlife crossing, but I'd like to see it stay in place because it's a locale where a weir and a pump station, because that canal that then traverses south, it goes all the way down and comes ultimately into the Gordon River through Golden Gate Estates. It's one of the main canals in Golden Gate Estates. We could really have a lot of say-so in what's going on with flood control and such in the estates with the weir and a pump station and a wildlife crossing to facilitate the east-west travel for the animals, and then water flow and flood control in the estates. So that's why I was, it kind of looks like we're throwing darts, but we're not, because when you look at this as a bigger picture, you can actually see the flowway and the environmental sensitivity coming from the north out of the sanctuary.
I'm very familiar with that. Dropped my children off at the Everglades Elementary School, which is at the bottom right-hand corner of that picture.
You know it well.
No, I just wanted to get clarity on how the A-list actually how it worked in the area, because I was under an assumption, I guess I was wrong, thinking it was every lot was individually looked at, but it makes a lot more sense that, the area itself is designated, and if we get the opportunity to get in there and get it, then that's an A-list regardless, so,
Correct.
yeah, thank you.
But here's what first of all, I think pulling it had merit just for this healthy discussion, and that's all I wanted. Although I guess since it was on the consent agenda and it would have been voted on, county manager, we'd have to vote on this, right? Mm-hmm. Because it would have been voted. Okay. Just my only comment. Here's what I don't like about hearing, well, the area makes it the A list. In my view, then I want a lot more detail as to why that particular parcel then has value. So it might be on the A list because it's in a particular area, but if it's sort of scattered around, the Panthers don't know to only walk on the yellow squares, okay? And so, and I know it's more than that. I'm being semi-sarcastic because what Commissioner
There are signs. There are
There's
signs.
signs, yes, stay here. There's a thing. We don't have electric fences. So here's my comment, and I wrote it down as we were talking here. The area might make it the A list, but we should only buy it when it has value, impact, and some sort of preservation. And that doesn't necessarily mean just wildlife or something else. It could mean water. It could be we're trying to put a puzzle piece together. As Commissioner McDaniel said, hey, down the road where this map will look so much better. Well, as long as it has that type of strategy, because initially it did look like a dartboard to me, and it looked like, it's 45,000, they'll take 42, boom, Conservation Collier, we bought another one. And, like I said, the Panthers aren't going to tiptoe through through only the yellow boxes. So I would just like to see all of us get as much detail as possible. It doesn't matter. A $42,000 lot could have more value than a $5 million lot because of whatever Conservation Collier or the staff can tell us. And if you drill down into what was on the agenda today, there wasn't a lot of detail. It was like, these are the lots. They're on the A list. We can buy them for a few thousand less than the appraisal. So if there was something on there, then maybe it was deeper than I went, possibly. So maybe pull it a little bit more forward, because I think, just hearing from all of us here, we are focused on the value of the lot and not just the price. Is this lot worthy of investing in Conservation Collier, or it's just another land buy and it was a quick one? And I'm not saying that's the case here, but we want to make sure that's never the case. Hey, that we got it appraised, we offered a price, they accepted a little less. It's in sort of the A area, check. We don't want to do that, because I'm concerned that if we did do that, we could get at the end of the year, and maybe some lots that hadn't been on any list all of a sudden come to light, and they're $4 million, and we're sitting here with $17,000 in the bank because we bought a lot of $42,000 lots that were all sort of scattered through here, and maybe did have a bigger strategic plan down the road. But I would just say not too far down the road, because if that doesn't come to fruition, then we did buy a whole bunch of scattered lots. I would like to that when we get this ahead of time, there's as much detail in the agenda as what the clerk of courts, provided us, and then what we sort of dug out on our own. Because, this is a valuable program, and it's not a cheap one, and we only have so much money, to invest. So having said that, I make a motion that we approve the list, unless there's any objection. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, so I made a motion. So I heard Commissioner Hall and Commissioner McDaniel second. I'll say Commissioner Hall second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Yeah, it passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, County Manager, what's next?
Commissioners, that brings us to item 15, which is staff and commission general communications. First is public comments on general topics not on the current or future agenda by individuals not already being heard during previous public comments in this meeting.
No one left.
Okay. Item 15B is staff project updates. We actually don't have any on the agenda, but quickly I'm going to ask Mr. French to come up on an item relative to getting direction on some minimum housing standards. We've been dealing a lot with hotel conversions, and we've run across a little snag, and we're just looking for a little bit of guidance. Mr. French?
Good evening, Commissioners.
Good evening.
Amy French for the record with Growth Management. I know that this has been a subject for discussion. I'm certain that Commissioner Hall will recognize it, that we've had some recent presentations from the contract purchaser for the Golden Gate Hotel golf course, or the golf course hotel. And I think that they've been in to see many of you to kind of tell you what they're talking about, as well as there's another hotel conversion that we've been in conversation with down near Tollgate, that I-75 and Davis Boulevard, Collier Boulevard corridor. However, and working with our staff and working with legal counsel, currently under Section 22-231 under your minimum housing standards, it does not support the conversion of these hotels. In other words, they're not large enough. So your minimum housing standard requires that the first, for one person, it be required for at least 250 square feet, and then 200 square feet for each person afterwards. Typical hotel will run somewhere between 350 to perhaps up to 400 square feet. And what these companies are talking about is really converting these to a flat. And it may be a young couple. Typically, it's not a large family, but they're going to need a little help with our code if they're going to be successful at this. And I know that rather than them getting here in front of you, staff felt like we should probably bring it to you first.
Commissioner Saunders.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I talked to representative of the developer, and this actually, I think, is a very important project for that area. That hotel has been an eyesore. It is, quite frankly, it's a slum right now. There are people living in subhuman conditions at this facility. I think the fire department has, from time to time, talked about the fact that it's fire hazards there. And so we have a developer that will come in, has a contract to buy this, has to close in that contract before the end of the year. So there's a very short time frame. If that contract falls apart, then I don't know what is next for that piece of property. So I would suggest to the board, and would ultimately perhaps make this as a motion if it would be necessary, but for staff to work with the developer and the developer's representatives to find the most effective and quickest way to get that property in a posture where it can be redeveloped for the type of efficiencies that this gentleman and this group is putting together. These will be market value rentals, but there'll be market value for rentals that are 350 feet, 400 square feet. So they'll be very inexpensive. They'll be very good for basically single individuals that are getting into the workforce, or a young couple that are really getting started. This will fill a niche there that I think is important, and I think it'll be great for that community. So I would make that as a motion to ask staff to work with that property owner, determine what is the most efficient way to get those that property in a posture where that developer can develop it, and put that on a fast track.
Thank you, Commissioner. Just very quickly, we totally agree with you. We'd like to work with the county attorney's office on this if it's the will of the board. We've had very limited conversation with Mr. Klotzkow's staff, but as always, they're great to help us. Wonderful partners, and we'd look forward to bringing something back. We do believe that this is, we've all heard of tiny houses. This may be a new approach to the tiny house, and we do know that the cost of construction is certainly exacerbated when you have to come from the ground up. Many of these structures, like the one that we referred to earlier, we do know that the fire department and our code enforcement group and the property owner, they did go through the eviction process because the property was deemed to be unsafe. Fire protections, life safety, so we know that it's very limited occupancy in that structure now. The property owner, they appear to have a good track record across the country, and they're all in, so to speak, and so they are looking for a little help locally to see what we can do on our current code that might be able to help with some of these hotel conversions as they come about.
I'm going to second Commissioner Saunders' motion and with a simple comment: fix the code.
Well, I'm here, sir.
Yes, sir. I figured that. I met with those developers. I was concerned about control of how many people in the unit, so on and so forth. They had good answers for those things with what I felt was a good checks and balance. When I say fix the code, it's not a swipe. You know that. When I say that, it's some kind of an abbreviated conditional use. We want to make sure that we protect the residents that are in proximity to all of our hotels, because if this can be a slippery slope if we start going that. I want to see impacts on the community, because there is an impact as it being a hotel, and then what's that in comparison to converting it to year-round housing. And so I'd like to see that comparison, but also be able, and when I say an abbreviated conditional use, that will allow us to give consideration to the nearby surrounding area and those impacts, positive and negative, that come from that conversion.
This will be coming back to you. They've already made application for a plan unit development amendment, so we'll be going through the public process. The neighborhood information meetings would be required. They have already reached out to, I know they've already reached out to many of you, as well as some local employers and the Golden Gate Area Civic Association. I know they've really, they're in town. They've made a lot of investment into the community just to make sure that the community is behind them. So this may be, fingers crossed, this may be a good model to follow with another attainable housing option. But perhaps they'll set the path on how to do it right.
Great. Commissioner Cole, did you have something you wanted to comment on?
Yeah, I just wanted to kind of follow up on my colleagues here. Yeah, and I'm very familiar with the situation with some of these older hotels here in Collier County, and there's been a few here in East Naples that I was very familiar with. And the sad part is they operate under the hotel motel licensing through the state, and the majority of these things are residential properties. We just don't see it. They're circumventing it already. Right. They give these guys a daily rate, and they pay once a month. They live in these hotel rooms. And I've seen it in my 20 years of being a deputy here, and I'm familiar with the hotel we're talking about right now, and they have done that in the past. So, bringing somebody in, and I had the opportunity to sit down with these developers too, and I think the product they showed me was pretty impressive, and the amenities that comes along with it. And it is, I think it's geared towards our young, starting out law enforcement, firefighters, the single bachelor type, and then they don't need much, especially guys coming out of the military. I lived in a barracks, and I know what it's like, to live in. You have a bed, a wall locker, and a foot locker. I mean, I was in a bathroom 3 people shared, so, that's kind of what young people do sometimes when you're starting out until you get your foot in the ground and you move forward and move up. So I think, this could help us a little bit moving forward, and I think, we look at it in the language as, to kind of keep from the tiny house concept, but, just restricting it to just the conversion process of these particular hotel motel type buildings that have the potential to be something like this. So, kind of just stay on the guidelines so we don't create something else in the language. So, but I definitely look forward to us visiting this.
Yep. Okay.
Appreciate it. We'll be bringing something back, and appreciate your trust in us. We are trying to be as creative and as least harmful as possible. Let's put it like that. So.
We don't really
harmful, or at least harmful.
Yeah, we don't really trust you, but we don't make that assumption.
That's why we had Jamie Cook up here on the conservation car item, sir.
Chair, do you want to call the vote on that one?
Oh, yeah. Okay. So, a motion to approve?
In a second. Yep.
Okay. Do I have a motion to approve?
You have one.
Okay. Oh, yeah. Oh, that's right. And then you guys kept talking. So, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes unanimously. And who made the motion and the second for the record? Do you have it, Terry? Okay.
You kidding me? She writes down all my misspoken words.
What's next?
Commissioners, that brings us to the staff and commission general communications, and we just have a couple of things for you. We'll be back next meeting with an update on our towers. I know that's of particular interest to all of you, so we'll get a staff update on that. You'll be getting an update. We'll schedule an update on the Paradise Coast. You'd asked for more frequent updates on the sports complex. They're going to went to the TDC, so we'll bring some information to the next board meeting on that one as well. You will continue to see the conservation Collier items come onto the agenda. We have another group of properties scheduled for the next meeting as they make their way through the acquisition and contract process. And Dan will give you just a really quick update on what's going on with our marinas.
Thank you, County Manager. Our vendor's actually off to a great start. They've stocked Alza Capri. This is the vendor, the concessions for the boat ramps. So Port of the Isles, the concession is up and running. They're selling fuel. They fixed the bait tank. They're providing different goods, water, ice, and whatnot. And as she continues, or they continue, they'll have more goods for sale, and I think you'll see it return to what it used to be here very shortly. In addition to that, Goodland is up and running as well with the same level of service, fuel, bait, and goods. So they've committed to us, thanks to Tanya Williams, Aleem Edwards, and her assistant director. In our meetings, they've committed that they're going to have a very good service for the county to serve. So,
Great.
The last item, we have a large piece of property out of the eastern part of the county that we were interested in several months ago when it went up for sale. Unfortunately, at that time, it was grabbed pretty quickly by somebody more nimble than us. That contract actually fell through. It's an interest property that the sheriff is also interested in, so we'll be, with your permission, be working with that property owner to work on some negotiations and bring that back to you. Obviously, we'll only go so far to construct a deal that then you can take a look at and then direct us either to move forward with due diligence or not.
I'll just add, don't forget about the rock crushing lot. You know, I mean, I think we're probably got some, right? Anybody back there?
We're almost done.
Okay, what else?
That's all I
Go
have.
around the room.
County Attorney.
Nothing, thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Caldwell.
Just like to say that I think we all exercised our minds today, from pickleball all the way to constitutional law.
Yeah, it was quite the menagerie of topics.
Looking forward to having dinner tonight.
Commissioner Saunders?
I have nothing to add, Mr. Chairman, just to thank the board for a good meeting today. A little bit long, but very productive.
Commissioner Hall?
Good day for Collier County.
Commissioner McDaniel?
Nothing further, sir.
You know, just the beauty of this group is, you know, we agree to disagree, but I mean, I haven't been up here as long as Commissioner McDaniel and Commissioner Saunders, but, you know, the 2 years I was in different seats, I just didn't feel the mojo as much up here. And I just think the camaraderie and the professionalism and the mutual respect is what leads to positive outcomes, whether we agree or disagree. And I don't think anybody can dispute that. You know, we have 5 professionals up here that really take this job seriously, and I think it shows to the citizens. Yeah, there's some people that are unhappy today, and I know we're going to get a bunch of emails, but that's how government works. But up here, I think that mutual respect for each other shows, and so I appreciate today was really great discussion, and you know, we move on to another day, and there's plenty of things to do in the county. Today wasn't the only thing we're going to get accomplished, that's for sure, and a lot of big things coming our way too, as we know.
Mr. Chairman, I was thinking about going to see the table tonight, if anybody would like to.
Yeah.
You are a glutton for punishment.
You go first.
Yes, play pickleball first.
I'll go with you.
Okay, we're adjourned. Thank you.